Security actually pull back from this scene that's at the intersection of 35th Street and California Avenue, southwest of Chicago's downtown, where a woman had been shot by federal authorities just earlier today. They had this roped off. You can still see some of that danger, do not enter tape that is laying across the ground. This is where that scene was set up here at this Big Rig oil business here on that corner that I just mentioned. Over time, counter protesters gathered, and it grew and it grew, and they continued to put pressure on the Department of Homeland Security officials who were out here. We also saw members of the FBI and ATF out here monitoring this scene. Those protesters started to challenge more and more that federal authority, and the federal authority started to pull back. Saw all of those protesters come across the street and continue to put pressure, even following them around the business to their cars, not afraid to get in front of the cars, challenge them until federal authorities ultimately withdrew. So it was chaotic last couple of hours here, where the Department of Homeland Security is claiming that 10 cars boxed in some ICE agents. And I'm saying claimed. That's what they're claiming in this moment, because it's so important to keep in mind when we only have the federal line to go on here, when we only have the state-approved narrative, that you have to question it, take it with a huge grain of salt. But what they're saying is that 10 vehicles boxed in some ICE agents who were on patrol, that a woman in one of those vehicles had a semi-automatic weapon. And so they fired, they hit her, she drove herself to a hospital. This is not the first time that ICE has shot someone here. They, of course, killed one person just a couple of weeks ago in a different Chicago neighborhood, as they've been going through here and just profiling people, ripping them off the streets, ripping them out of communities, ripping them out of their families, away from everybody, disappearing them into our opaque immigration system, using some of the facilities that they have here in Chicago, and using it as a propaganda opportunity for them. I'll note that the only cameras that actually put themselves right in there to show you that action, show you what the people here in Chicago are doing, was us and a number of other independent outlets. There was no mainstream press out here that I saw, aside from it looked like one local TV camera that most certainly did not cross the street with those protesters the way we did, to continue to show you what is happening here up close. If you think that the work that we are doing is important to showcase on scene here. I also want to point out the lack of media attention.
I mean, I don't, I have a complex relationship with people who brag about being banned. But, if you're getting banned from places like Our Conservative, that means you're doing something correct. It's the easiest thing in the world. It's like getting mud on your boots. It's as easy as breathing oxygen. Getting banned from these conservative circles. But if you are getting banned from them, that means you're doing the right thing. But of course, they would say the same for us when I ban them. It's always cute when I hear about, oh, they're bragging, I got banned from here, I got banned from there. So I don't know. It's a different perspective from the streamer than from the viewer about because from the viewer, getting banned is a badge of honor. From the perspective of the streamer, it's more of a, I don't know what it is. It's a weird feeling. That's all. I asked, where did free speech absolutists go? Exactly. No, it was all bullshit for decades. The entire movement, and that's what lefties have been saying, is that it's a bunch of crypto-fascism, is that it's a bunch of lies, it's a bunch of hypocrisies. For decades and decades and decades. We've always said that they don't really mean free speech, because back in the day, you'd have to drill down and ask them questions. Oh, okay, it doesn't sound like you actually believe in free speech. Oh, it doesn't actually sound like you believe in the Constitution. Oh, I do. They believe in the aesthetics. They love the aesthetics. They do not believe in the principles of the American way of life. And lefties have been saying that about conservatives for quite some time, and we were 110% correct. Okay, they're bad actors. They don't want to debate. They want to conquer. And my God, are they incompetent? On top of pedophilic.
One looks like one traditional media camera, and the other cameras came with us out here as part of just independent media to be able to show you this live scene as to what it looks like out here, to give you that real, unvarnished look about how Chicago is being put underneath the boot of the Trump administration to make a political point, to make propaganda, and people are being shot. One person at least has been killed as part of these ICE ICE operations that have been carried out here in the city. And now this scene here.
So I'm just going to be showing you. We're going to be doing a pretty heavy, a bit too low compared to the stream. Well, I can just. I mean, it's just the volume on what we're watching here. Yeah, I mean, let me just. I'll just bump it up just a touch, but don't want to get out of hand, because once I start getting animated, right, then things get out of hand. But I'm just going to be showing you, various things. We're going to be doing a pretty heavy ICE focus today, then Gaza, then Ukraine. Skip the intro. Voico meter is better. I know you gave me some suggestions. I haven't had time to implement anything. I won't have time to implement anything until after Halloween. So this is what ICE is up to nowadays. And yeah, as you can see in the bottom right here, the image that we are seeing, this is ICE zip tying a toddler in his underwear after being pulled. It's very likely the toddler is an American citizen, by the way. But here, this is how ICE is operating. Homeland Security. Wow. She's fucking blind. She can't fucking see. She drops her phone. Yeah. Wow, great job. Great job. You see that one more time? Point blank blasts her right in the face. That's what you get. They're making peaceful protest impossible. And that's the intention. If it was up to them, we would already have the guns out, and we'd already be, at that phase, because that's where Trump wants it. This is what he wants. She's fucking blind. She's got no one to help her.
I spoke to one woman who
here where
they target you, by the way, if you wear safety gear. They isolate you and target you. So just know that you're putting a target on your back when you wear that stuff.
A woman was shot, and Department of Homeland Security is claiming, and I'm really emphasizing claiming there, that this woman was rammed or that this woman was part of a group of 10 vehicles that boxed in ICE officers while they were out on a patrol. And she was allegedly observed as holding a semi-automatic weapon and was...
We'll get more on that. Here is a little look at the person running this, along with Tom Hooman, but this is really the person above Tom Hooman, who's kind of like, who's convinced Trump, hey, I got it. Just let me steer the ship on this one. I'll do everything you want. And Trump has, Trump is kind of acquiescing a lot of his power to people like Stephen Miller. And this is just a little view of who this individual is, who he's always been. This is him when he was apparently 17. This is a 17-year-old Stephen Miller talking about how torture is a celebration of life and human dignity, which is, he obviously knows he's speaking contradictory, but this is how crypto fascists are. It's kind of a kinky thing. They rub our nose in it in direct public. They get away with it, which he clearly has.
To the issue of the Iraqi civilians, I think that as many of them should survive as possible, because the goal of any military conflict is to kill as few people as possible. But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go. Because torture people can live. Torture is a celebration of life and human dignity. And we need to remember that as we enter these very dark and dangerous times in the next century. And I only hope that many of my peers and people who will be leading this country will appreciate the value and respect that torture shows towards other cultures.
So he's just joking around, right? But, you know, you kind of taking the joke a little too far when you, you know, bootlick your way up to right next to the president, and then you start running a paramilitary force that is directly engaging in kidnapping of the American citizen. I mean, it's not really a joke, right? I mean, it would be a joke if he wasn't the new, I don't know, Hermann Goering. Who was head of the SS? Himmler. He's the new Himmler. This guy. Himmler. Man, he kind of looks like him too. Kind of fucking looks like him. He looks like a Stephen Miller, doesn't he? We have the legal immigration system. If everybody wouldn't just use that, we wouldn't need ICE, huh? So you're okay with? Would you please look at this image I have right here? Are you okay with ICE doing this? This is an American citizen. This is a under 10-year-old child. Looks maybe 4 or 5 years old, being zip tied. Mr. Devil, are you okay with this? I asked a question, actually. Yes or no? Are you okay with this? Do you approve of this? This person's an American citizen, this child. Right. So you're okay with all the other stuff, but not this. Right. And you're going to continue to support this, even though there's no intention of stopping this. Right. Stephen Miller isn't. Kids are not off limits to your precious ICE. Stephen Miller isn't going to stop this. Trump isn't going to stop this. He's going to continue right here. He's going to expand it. And you're going to continue to support it, aren't you? Answer the question. That sounds like a yes. So you're morally against this, but you're going to continue to support it, right? You're going to continue to support kidnapping children. ICE is not going to stop doing this. You're going to continue to support ICE. Therefore, you support this. Do you acknowledge that? You're not going to stop supporting ICE. ICE is going to continue kidnapping children and abusing them in a myriad of ways, by the way, sexually, physically, mentally. Devil, I'm asking you questions that you're not answering. I'm going to flush you, right? So I would recommend you spend your energy on answering these questions instead of wasting our time. ICE is not going to stop kidnapping and zip tying children, American citizens who are children. You are going to continue to support ICE. Therefore, no, you do. See, that's what I'm trying to point out, is that you are directly supporting the abuse of children by happily supporting ICE. This is the right thing to do. I love this. I don't like the kid thing. The kid thing's pretty bad, but I'm going to continue to support this. I'm going to continue to support this. So no, you do support the abuse of children. You do. Look what they have made you become. Look at what your side has turned you into. Look at what you support. Look at it. If, yes or no, will you continue to support ICE after seeing this image? Yes or no, will you continue to support ICE after seeing this image? 3, come on. So you support child abuse, okay? Tell yourself whatever you want to say, right? Fill yourself with all the lies, but you support child abuse. Okay? Now get the fuck out of my sight. You make me physically fucking ill. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of trash. Believe it or not, this chat, this stream, doesn't support child abuse like you do. We're going to get a lot of that today. So expect that. I'm fucking shaking, dude. I'm so ripping pissed. Because these fucking deviants, these pedophiles, and those who support them are now overtly in front of all of us abusing children. And here they come in. Were they legal? Legal? What's the law? How quickly we forget that everything this motherfucker did right here, Heinrich Himmler, was legal. Donald Trump farts out his fucking edict on a piece of official paper, and that becomes legal. So you want to tell me abusing children is okay because it's legal? I'm going to call you exactly what you are, a child abuse supporting, pedophile supporting monster. CNN had a similar debate to what we just had right here. No, we're talking about ICE. We're talking about ICE zip tying children. This is what happened at the Chicago raid, where they raided an entire apartment complex. So I want to watch this CNN debate, published it about 40 minutes ago. Scott Jennings doing what he usually does, defending this to the hilt. We had no choice. Legal. Well, legal. And he finally gets called out by somebody who's like, yes or no, do you fucking support that? Well, I reject the premise of your question. It happened, Scott. Why is CNN paying for this? What value does Scott... Because I swear to God, if Israel were to drop an atomic bomb on Gaza, Scott Jennings would be out there to support it. If Donald Trump dropped chemical weapons, Scott Jennings would be there to support it. If Donald Trump started routinely, by the hundreds, kidnapping American citizens and holding them against their will in Alligator Alcatraz, Scott Jennings would be there to support it. There is no evil. There is no low that Scott Jennings wouldn't defend. So I ask CNN, and I know it's a multi-billionaire conservative owner, and that's the reason why Scott Jennings is there. But I asked CNN, what is the actual value of a Scott Jennings? Why don't you just, just for comedy's sake, interview a Satan impersonator or a Marquis de Sade impersonator, some actor who's acting like this, right? And just the most horrible things come out of their mouth. Why don't you just, why don't you just get Satan? There is no evil Scott Jennings wouldn't defend. Nothing. There is no low he wouldn't go to. That is his job. He sleeps like a baby. He's compartmentalized this part of his life. He probably doesn't even think his words do harm. It's just a game to him. And yet, we have to play it. Oh, well, if we didn't have this debate, then if we weren't having this pointless fucking debate every single fucking time the right wing does something evil. Hey, aren't you guys evil and fascistic? Well, actually, no, we're not. No, if their other side, Joe Biden's pretty bad too, if you think about it. Anyway, you'll see what I mean here.
Donald Trump wanted American cities to be training grounds, and ICE listened. In Chicago, in the middle of the night, federal agents stormed an apartment building. Black Hawk helicopters, flashbangs, military...
Oh, no. They went full cosplay, guys. They went full Gravy Team fucking 6, Gravy Team SEALs or whatever the fuck we say. I'm losing my mind over here. No, they jumped Blackhawks and flash bombs. People were in their underwear. It was an apartment building. No weapon. They're all, fully fucking strapped up. Eyewitness reports said when they were seeing children pulled out of the building and put in the back of a U-Haul truck. One of the ICE agents, according to an eyewitness, said, "Fuck them kids." Gravy Team 6, you know what I mean? Goddamn Gravy SEALs. Oh, they went full cosplay with it. Flash bangs and guns, and none of these people were armed. Trende Aragua, right? That's what, and that's what Scott Jennings over here gonna once again. We're welcome to New America, the Gaza Strip, aka America. Scott Jennings over here gonna defend child abuse because the bad guys are using kids as human shields. It's unfucking-leavable. And CNN does it every single day. Anyway, I'm going to try not to stop so we can actually get some context here without my constant pausing. But it really is something that CNN even allows this to happen, like without major pushback. Without major pushback. And there is pushback. You'll see what I mean. But it's like, it's not enough, dude. Dude shouldn't be paid for this. Anyway.
Style trucks, all used in the raid. Now, witnesses say everyone was detained, no matter their status. Children were zip-tied together, separated from their parents. And the feds say that they arrested dozens of gang members. Also in the city, Charlie Kirk's group was given a front row seat to a raid inside a Walmart.
Amazing. Secretary Noem was here. They rolled up a couple of guys, and it's rowdy. There's a lot of people around. Everyone's filming. The Secretary of Homeland Security is right now doing raids at Walmart.
So, as forewarned, I mean, we have a situation in which American cities are at the center of this ICE
strategy, everybody.
crackdown, and there's indiscriminate use of force against Americans, non-Americans, people here legally, people here illegally. And on the right, nobody seems to care. In fact, they love it.
I saw a video.
The intention is to see when, because free speech is defined by what you're not allowed to say. And by the way, Antifa is not a terrorist organization. It's not an organization. But the entire point of having Against Fascism is to see how far we've gone. Because it doesn't even say Antifa. It just says Against Fascism. So if they ban me, it's Twitch officially saying being against fascism is against TOS. So I can't wait for that moment. Soulless death and despair, you fucking idiot. You make me fucking sick with your nihilism. Why don't you just fucking go lick boots somewhere else, huh? Why don't you go lick Asmongold's disgusting fungus-ass toes, huh? You fucking pathetic fucking people. Death and despair. You're going to get exactly what the fuck you want, and you're not going to know what to do with it. Death and despair. You have no fucking idea what's coming. The pain that your party has caused. The cuts to Medicare, the cuts to everything. So get the fuck out of my face before I say something that I regret. Because I know you're already going to weaponize your little reporting feature. So go ahead and get it done and get the fuck out of my face.
Did you know being anti-fascist is against TOS? It's okay to do a Sieg Heil, but it's not okay to advocate for human rights anymore. Who cares? You can only advocate for the destruction of the Palestinians on Twitch anymore. Hee hee hee. This is our new definition of free speech.
It's going to happen. We all know it's going to happen. So just bring it the fuck on already. I have no patience for you fucks.
From a local station in Chicago, and residents of a community there were describing an ICE raid and like what they saw. Two things struck me. One, they were talking about things that happened to them. They were talking about how they were treated in this ICE raid. These are the people that, I guess, by virtue of being born here in America, are entitled to being treated like human beings. The second thing is that they were all black. And I'm gonna say something, we saw this coming. We knew the neighborhoods where these ICE raids would take place. We knew that
I was talking about this shit in the Bush administration when I was like, oh, great, now you can just make any citizen a terrorist, and then you can just arrest them and scoop them up, take away their rights. Oh, from the left and the right, I was being called an extremist and hyperbolic, et cetera, et cetera. And here it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's legal. It's legal. It's legal. This is all legal. Shit that was passed and solidified by Barack Obama, for God's sakes.
a lot of these things wouldn't happen in Beverly Hills or in Coconut Grove.
Not yet.
Or any of those places like that.
Not yet. The thing about Trump is that he has no problem going into those places, and especially if they're like, oh, we're protected. He'd be like, no, the fuck you're not.
We knew that there would be collateral
Any
damage.
place where there's
that there
resistance,
would be
he
trauma
will
that
go.
would be inflicted on our communities. We knew that people would be detained, scared. We knew that children would
Have
have
I
to
been
see
banned?
things that they shouldn't
Is that
have
what's
to see.
happening? No, I'm
And
still here? Okay.
All of this for political theater so that we look tough on immigration for everyone. It's a horror show. And I do think if it hasn't already happened, that it'll be something that even the most conservative of Americans will get tired of seeing human beings treated this way.
Not Scott Jennings. Not Scott Jennings. If we had fucking concentration camps and fucking trains and shit, dude, Scott Jennings would be out there day one to defend it. There's no low.
Way. At least that's my hope.
The one neighbor said the kids were crying. They looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I seen the little girl come around the corner because they were bringing kids down too, had them zip tied to each other, saying that there were trucks, military-style vans used to separate adults from kids. What's going on?
I haven't seen any of this, so I certainly.
Have you heard of the fucking internet? Huh? Look, I know you were raised on the Dewey fucking Decimal System, but this shit is all over the internet, huh? So either you dropped your phone in the tub and every computer in your house exploded, or you're fucking lying. I am absolutely up to my ass in like, I'm just all the way up here sick of it, man. Yeah, my ass is right here. But I am so sick of this excuse. I haven't seen it. Oh, that major news event that's totally relevant to my job and the thing that I do and every day of my life. Never heard of it. Next question. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Then get the fuck off TV. Then take the mic away. Why the fuck are we still listening to her? This major news thing that I'm supposed to be here to talk about. Didn't see it. I don't have an opinion. Hedging.
I'm not aware of particular neighborhoods that are targeted.
Shut up.
Obviously, I support
Then you're useless.
them
Then you're useless.
finding and arresting people who are here illegally. And in the community they're in, again, I can't justify. I haven't seen which communities that
CNN?
they're targeting.
Well, one detail that's been left out is that they were targeting
fucking time.
Which communities that they're targeting.
Well, one detail that's been left out is that they were targeting Tren de Aragua. And so Tren de Aragua is a violent transnational gang. They send illegal immigrants here to the United States. They traffic drugs, they traffic people, they commit violence. They
How many, by the
misery.
way? How many, by the way? Do we have no confirmation that even any of these fucking people were members of this? Scott Jennings is going to justify the kidnapping of every kid in every room. They were all human shields for Tren de Aragua. There was a smattering of people from all different kinds of walks of life living there. And this guy, oh yeah, we got to abuse the kids. Tren de Aragua. You know, it's like it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. And like I said, Donald Trump wants to treat American citizens like Palestinians. He wants to treat lefties specifically like Palestinians, where we're second-class citizens. We're less than human. It's okay to abuse us. It's not okay to abuse them. It's a big, massive just slice right through humanity. Anybody that's woke, aka agrees with human rights, is the enemy in this paradigm. And Scott Jennings of Ozempic, Scott Jennings, by the way, like I didn't fucking notice the cosmetic surgery and the fucking Ozempic. Scott Jennings.
Everywhere they go. And 37 people were arrested. That was the purpose of the raid, the targeting of Tren de Aragua. Some of the most.
They kidnapped everybody, taking them to the fucking processing facility in their underwear, children in their underwear. Then kill them all and let God sort them out. Basically, arrest them all, and then we figure it out after the fact. It's tyrannical. It's tyrannical.
Violent people in our hemisphere, and when they come here, nothing good happens. That was
okay.
the point.
So if it was targeting, I don't think anybody has a problem with targeting. Right. When you clear out an apartment building and you zip tie children and you arrest and detain everyone, Scott, hold on, Scott. You and me, we're talking here, okay? If they arrest children, they arrest everyone, citizens and non-citizens, for hours, detain them, deprive them of their liberty, for no matter how long. You are fine with that.
They didn't arrest children, but
I didn't say they arrested them.
They only zip-tied them and then put them in the fucking paddy wagon. So fuck you, dude. Like I said, there's no atrocity this man wouldn't defend. Nothing. Nothing. If this was the 60s, he'd be defending the My Lai massacre.
They put them in zip ties. But if that makes a difference to you, go ahead.
Here's what makes a difference to me. If the federal government knows that there is a nest of Tren de Aragua.
This is not how we used to do law enforcement. This is not how we used to do anti-terrorism. We didn't just scoop up the whole motherfucking building, kids and all, and then sort it out later. That's not how we used to do things.
In a city like Chicago, they have a responsibility. They have an obligation to go get them. It is unfortunate, to answer your question, that there are children put in harm's way by these violent gangs. But that is going to be the reality.
Or is it unfortunate or is it a violation of their rights is the question. Because, I mean, in this country.
What's rights, huh? Yeah, Scott, you fucking, your side has completely decimated the entire concept of rights.
We have rights against.
Posse comitatus? The fuck is that, huh? You fucking fascist. We've always known that's what this side was. That's who these people were, what they were supporting. Fascism. Oh, it's not real. No, it's not. What's the definition? What's the definition? Here it the fuck is in full bloom, final form. What does it look like? Looks like a Sieg Heiling billionaire and a fucking psychopath named Curtis Yarvin. And fucking Scott Jennings making millions of fucking dollars defending genocide, tyranny, and fascism every fucking day on a so-called liberal network. God help us.
Searches
you're suggesting these children should be effectively human shields for Tren de Aragua, and I don't agree with that.
Human shield. Oh, got him. Well, look at the look on this face. He looks at the fucking camera. Look at the look.
These children should be effectively human shields for Tren de Aragua, and I don't agree with that.
Oh, got him. Oh, got him. So if you're a black family in Chicago, you get a nice, rent, reduced apartment somewhere in the fucking ghetto of Chicago. Some schmuck on some other floor is associated maybe with a fucking gang from Venezuela or something. So you get kidnapped. You and your kids get scooped up in a fucking flashbang Black Hawk Down fucking raid. That's how it works, huh, Scott? That's how it fucking works, huh, Scott? You are an American citizen with American kids. You're black and you just happen to be poor. You happen to be living in an apartment. Some scumbag lives there. They scoop you and everybody else up in the middle of the night. And then, oh, you're free to go. Oh, check your papers. Check your papers. And this fucking ghoul, this monster, I swear, because what would this guy be saying, right? What the fuck would Scott Jennings be saying? His whole family scooped up 4 o'clock in the morning in his little mansion somewhere, little gated mansion. Oh, it's embarrassing. It's my career. I can't believe you treat me like this. I'm not a brown poor person. I have money. My skin is white. I'm on TV. You can't do these things to me. He fundamentally thinks that he is better than. It's hard for normal people with good conscience and good hearts to get into the shoes of this kind of evil. But this motherfucker sips a latte thinking I'm better than you, legitimately, unironically.
No, I want to make it clear. I don't like, I know that Trinidad, Aragua and gangs and whatever, it's a catch-all to treat people however you want, to go in there and shred the Constitution or whatever else it is that you want to do. What I'm asking you is this.
Laughs at
Do
that.
you think that children should have been zip-tied and pulled out of an apartment complex and traumatized like that? Yes or no?
I don't think children should be put in harm's way by transnational gangs.
Just answer the question. Yes or no? Do you think
The exact, almost word for word, the exact response that we got from Mr. Devil 666 in the fucking chat. Oh, well, was he illegal? Then it's everyone else's fault. Oh, I don't like hurting kids, but I fully support an institution that hurts kids.
I don't think children should be put in harm's way by transnational gangs.
Just answer the question. Yes or no? Do you think that children?
I don't accept the premise of your question.
I'm asking
the
you
government's not
whether or
putting
not,
children in harm's way. Trinidad, Aragua.
Real calm now. Real calm. Like
They're the ones putting children in harm's way.
Gentlemen and gentlemen, we have a responsibility for the way we treat people with the power that we have here in America. And we have a standard that we should treat human life with. And I'm asking you very clearly, concisely, should children be treated that way? Does Scott Jennings like that?
I don't accept the premise of your question.
All right, cool.
Never. They will never, ever, ever be honest. They are not honest actors. If you are a politician, if you are a leader and you are still operating naively with the assumption that the people from the conservative side are operating in some kind of good faith, you are a fucking fool. Or more likely, you're taking money from Israel and you're playing a game intentionally. Everybody knows what game Scott is fucking playing. So you're either on that level and you're playing the game with him, or you're trying to tear down the system that buoys this man. Come back, Dari.
I don't believe
we got it. Yeah.
that the premise of your question is accurate. I would ask you back.
Right.
Should children be allowed to live in an apartment building with Trinidad Aragua? Should the entire community of Chicago have to live with Trinidad Aragua?
It's like, and it's like this kid was just living there. This kid was just living there. He's not the super. He's not controlling who's coming and going in the building. He has inalienable human rights that Scott Jennings is totally okay with trampling on.
Hide behind these children.
But here's the thing.
That's my question.
I think the answer to that is clear. No, they should not be put in harm's way. But the difference is in this situation is I don't want to be Trinidad Aragua. I don't want my law enforcement to act like Trinidad Aragua. That is the distinction.
You don't want to leave.
So what do you want to do? Well, our only choice was to kidnap everybody in an embarrassing military display. That's the only choice. We had to kidnap everybody in the building. What do you want us to do? This is the only sensible way of doing things. Zip tying children and throwing them into U-Hauls. Listen to and he would call it common sense. You hear that quite a bit from conservatives, right? Because what is common sense? Turn off your brain, stop being critical, start using your gut. Because if you don't think critical of what Scott is saying, then maybe that kind of does make sense. Well, what do you got to check everybody. You got to check everybody's papers because it's a big, scary world and it's the only choice. It's the only way I could be safe sitting in my rural home in Kentucky or Texas somewhere. Oh, I need to be safe from Trinidad Aragua.
Just want to leave it and say, well, they have kids in there. Let's just move on.
No,
Is that
but
what you want to do?
we can't.
No, and
can't
it's
law
great.
enforcement-
Isn't that a great false dichotomy? Isn't that a great false binary? The only two choices are, oh, there's kids. Oh, you get away with crimes. Or kidnap and violate everybody's human rights. Is that how the world works, Scott? I am paid $0. I am currently high on marijuana. There's no reason why someone sitting in this fucking panel can't be saying these things, okay? I'm not a fucking came down from the mountains genius like thus spoke Zarathustra, right? And I'm like, oh, I have the wisdom, okay? This is not fucking rocket science here. It's intentional. The reason why these things aren't said on CNN, it's intentional.
Figure out a way. I don't think this is the first time children have been in an environment where dangerous people have been around them. And I'm most certain that in most of those circumstances, those children aren't zip-tied and carried out like animals. What I am wondering is, okay, let's put this fact pattern on any other placement. Let's put it on a school, right? What if there was a gang member in a school? And by this calculation, it would seem like the children in the school, in order to get that one gang member or two gang members.
Why do we have to labor like this to make our points? You know what I mean? Why are we're still tiptoeing? Why? Because that's how the billionaires want us to talk about shit. They don't want us talking about shit directly. It's got to be with all this fucking fluff and pomp. We don't need this. We don't need this. We can just stop at, hey, this is incredibly fucking wrong. Do you support child abuse, Scott Jennings?
But again,
it's not one gang member. It's 37 people in an apartment building.
Scott, it's a large apartment building. That's part of the fact pattern here. I mean, here's another one from our reporting. Tenants said it appears everyone in the building was detained by federal officers, including U.S. citizens. It was scary, said one, because I had never had a gun in my face. That person lives in the building. They asked my name and my date of birth.
These are civilians, unarmed civilians who are complying. Gun in my face. They're getting one-to-one treated exactly like the flotilla, treated exactly the way the IDF treats other citizens of other countries. One-to-one, almost exactly. Complying, all those people on the flotilla complying. Guns in their face. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. You're terrorists. Check them for guns. Check them for. They got guns in here. I guarantee you. Check them for guns. Sir, all we're finding is medicine. Keep looking.
And asked me, did I have any warrants? I told
sorry,
them, no, I didn't.
Today,
Fisher, this person says, she was handcuffed anyway before being released around 3 a.m. and was told anyone with outstanding warrants, even if it was unrelated to immigration, would not be released. So again, people live in apartment buildings all over this country.
Let the man talk.
I promise that.
Is that where
let the man talk.
Wait a second.
Let the man talk.
Wait. I'm talking about the way that citizen of this country was treated. By the way, I just want to be clear. I think that everybody that's created in the image of God should be treated with respect. And I thought that part of the American ideal was that, but that's gone. I promise y'all will still be invited to Mar-a-Lago if you say that it is wrong that children were zip-tied and that American people, American citizens, were detained without any warrant or suspicion.
Briefly detained? In an effort to get 37 Aragua members?
So tell me,
what you're suggesting is
briefly, Scott would be cool with his 4-year-old, 5-year-old son, daughter getting zip-tied. It's just for a couple hours, Scott. Can someone please ask Scott this question, please? So you're okay with your kid getting kidnapped? Because they separated the kids from the parents. All right? So imagine that. You're sleeping, right? Kids going to bed. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's sleeping. And then 10 minutes later, you're getting put on a truck separate. You're an American citizen, by the way. Okay? You're not a member of Tren de Aragua or whatever. You're getting put on a separate truck. So's your kid. You don't see him for hours. And we're talking about an institution that kidnaps people, disappears people. And there's already been cases of sexual abuse of children. It's already happening.
So would you be okay being detained so that the gang members, would you be okay with your rights being violated? And you be held until 3 a.m. with your family member not knowing why? Is that okay? Because that's not okay with me.
Everybody here
Answer
seems
the
to
question.
believe
He
that
would
if you're
never. He would never in a million fucking years answer that question. Okay, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. This is a game to him. He is playing, just like Sart told us.
Why? Is that okay? Because that's not okay with me.
Everybody here seems to believe that if you're Trinidad Aragua, you can go hide in an apartment building, and because there are other people there, you just need to be left alone. That is not a reasonable enforcement position.
Dishonestly applying a maximalist position that we don't hold to the entire leftist movement. Classic. It only works if no one calls it out. It only works if no one calls it out. Well, no, there's one clear defining characteristic of the child that indicates that this child is Antifa. I'll let you figure it out.
There's another option here, and it's actually an option that's utilized by law enforcement every single day in this country. When they are looking for violent people, they go look for those violent people. They do not subject the people around those violent people who have nothing to do with them with arrest, with guns in their face.
And look at Scott. Pretend. Look at Scott pre-fucking tend that he doesn't understand what she's saying. As if what she's saying wasn't the norm 5 minutes ago. Okay, if Scott Jennings would be repeating what she was saying if it was a Democrat organization doing this. Rule of law, human rights, Constitution, posse comitatus, treating citizens as terrorists. This guy would be repeating all of this. So I ask once again, what is the point of a Scott Jennings? If we know exactly what he's going to say, if we know exactly where he's going to go and what he is willing to defend, which is anything, what is the fucking point of a debate because he's wasting America's time every single day, and CNN knows it. This isn't constructive. This isn't a battle of ideas. This is domination.
People around those violent
people. Look at the theater. Look at him play and pretend. I've never heard of these concepts before. Why do we allow this?
They go look for those violent people. They do not subject the people around those violent people who have nothing to do with them with arrest, with guns in their faces, with being searched, with being zip-tied and handcuffed and detained. Every day in America, law enforcement does their jobs, and they don't do it like this. So why is suddenly this okay?
Every day in America, you're not necessarily dealing with the most violent people in the hemisphere.
Yes,
we're not.
That's who is living in this.
So, and once again, just like with Hamas, right? Big, scary Hamas. Watch it. They're more dangerous than anything we've ever experienced, right? Even though they're barefoot with rusty AKs, barely have the resources to put together a couple bottle rockets to shoot over the fucking border, right? Big, scary. But then what does Trump say? He also says, you're weak. God damn, it's fascism, guys. It's fascism.
There are violent people who are right here in this country, American citizens. They are in gangs. They were born here. Their parents were born here. Their grandparents were born here.
Believe me, we know.
Those people are dealt with by law enforcement every day. Again, it's a real basic question. If you lived in an apartment building and there happened to be somebody who was guilty of a terrible crime in that building, and law enforcement barged in, guns blazing, and put every single person in that apartment building under...
There's no way to form the question. There's no way to present the question. There's no way to add context and facts to the setup of the question that would get him to answer honestly. The only reason why we get freaks in the Twitch chat that answer honestly is because they think it's cute, because they're anonymous. So they think advocating for evil is really adorbs. They get a kinky little joy out of it. I don't think human rights are real. That's not his job, though. That's not his job is to confuse, okay? Right? You're watching this at work, right? You're like, oh, okay, maybe there's both sides, right? Oh, okay, well, Scott, you kind of half hear a Scott Jennings reply, but like, oh, okay, maybe they do have some points. Maybe this is okay. Maybe this is justified. It was dangerous enough. I don't know. I got to fold this laundry. I'm at Kmart. I got to fucking, I got to sell a customer a tire and then sell a customer a fucking pooled noodle. I don't know what the fuck's going on. There's both sides. It's both sides, guys. It's both sides. I don't know. Do you want some paint? Okay, yeah, let me unlock the gun counter here to get you some paint. Wait a minute.
arrest. You would be fine
Not
with
that,
that,
but
including you and your
not
family.
everybody is under
You would be-
arrest.
you
They
would be
arrested
fine with that.
37
Scott,
people. They arrested
Scott,
37.
After kidnapping them and taking them to separating them from their children, frightening them to high heaven, by the way, intimidating them, be like, you'll never, who knows what those people said to those folks while they're screaming and crying for their children. What are you doing with my kid? Where'd you do with my kid? Where's my kid? Shut up, shut up. Shut up. You're not allowed to talk. You don't have rights. Shut up. Then a couple hours after that nightmare, oh, you're free to go. You're free to go. No problem. We checked your papers. You're an American citizen. You're free to go. Oh, that's not technically an arrest. Thanks for my paycheck, CNN.
You said everybody. It's not. It's 37
This
people.
person was sleeping in their bed, and they were detained. They were put in handcuffs and detained.
Neither you nor I was there.
Would you be
Neither
fine?
you nor I were there.
No, I'm
but
just
I know
asking.
this. Now 37.
You and your
An American citizen was woken up in the dead of the night, pulled out of their home, and sent to some strange place to have their papers checked, and then a couple hours later released. Oh my God. Jesus. Liberals and their woke agenda. You guys are such snowflakes. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind me or my family getting barged into at the middle of the night, pulled away, separated, harangued and interrogated, and then let go to our own, our own freedom. There we go. No problem. No, no biggie. We'll get you next time, maybe. You better watch what you say and watch what you do, or we're going to do this again. Scott Jennings wouldn't mind that.
Violent people are now off the street.
Scott, you and your family, you are in an apartment building. You and your family, you would be fine with.
He'll never look at it. What he's doing right now is coming up with something funny or pithy. He's going to use a rhetorical dodge. I think he might use the joke technique here. Watch.
Your liberty being held up, your kids, your wife, your children, being detained for any amount of time because somebody in that building was a criminal, you'd be fine with that?
You are vastly oversimplifying what's happening here.
So I was incorrect there. He's not using a joke to deflect. He's going to recontextualize her question, right? Once again, not agreeing with the premise.
Scores of illegal immigrants.
I think sometimes we have to simplify things so that we actually
many of them are
understand
violent.
what we're talking about. Because I do think that this is a problem now for the rest of the country. People are going about their lives and they are not responsible for the crimes of other people, and yet in this world in which ICE is operating like this, they are being detained for other people's crimes. Willingness to accept a whole lot of collateral violence.
They cut what he had to say out. CNN cut what this man had to say out. I bet you because it was good. I bet you because it was awesome, and burned the shit out of Scott Jennings. Look at that. Look at the transparent. Cut his ass out.
World in which,
because he was saying something worth a damn. I guarantee that's the only reason why they're cutting you is if you say something worth a damn.
And there's
ICE is operating like this. They are being detained for other people's crimes. Willingness to accept a whole lot of collateral.
Cut his ass right out of there. Fucking CNN. Look, am I frightened by what Donald Trump is doing to the media? Absolutely. Do they deserve it? Yes. Yes. CBS absolutely deserves Barry Weiss to churn it into a fucking conservative talking point repeating shit stain. Oh yeah, no. Sunday Morning, that wonderful news program called Sunday Morning, Barry Weiss is going to ruin it. She's going to turn it into a temple for Israel. God. Yeah, strategy. I'd love to hear what CNN cut. Let's see what the guy's name is here. Strategy member is a very talented researcher. You can find clips that I sometimes have a hard time finding. See if I can find this guy's name here. Don't give us his fucking name. Maybe she does on the intro. Here, I'll give you the link. You could check the intro if you like strategy. Don't waste too much time on it. It's fine. Whatever he said, I'm sure I agree with it because he was the only one vociferously like, really, you agree? You agree, huh? Really? No shit, Scott. Really? You don't say. Big props, by the way, to Status Quo. I didn't give them props earlier. I've been jumping around here. We're just going to do more ICE stuff. I don't have a lot queued up for today. I have a lot of stuff in the Discord, but my time is low and I wanted to focus on the most important things. We also need to focus on government shutdown. Maybe this is a good time to mix it up a bit. Do a video on the government shutdown. Trump is golfing, right? He thinks he has this in the bag, right? Because like when you've been up against characters like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, especially during Trump's entire second term, right? So far, you would think you got this in the bag. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before Chuck Schumer caves. It's only a matter. We just kick back, do some golfing. Chucky will cave. Chucky will cave. Right. So I kind of, you know it, female eunuchs, and I'm ripping piss today. I put this, I'm keeping this image on my screen all fucking day today. Because I can't forget this. I am not going to forget this. No. Okay. This is an American child born in this country being abused. I'm not gonna look away. So I keep seeing this image, and every time I see it, I get fucking boiling pissed. Okay, calm down. So anyway, so no wonder Donald Trump feels like he has this in the bag. Why shouldn't he feel like he has this in the bag? The weakness of Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries has shown him that he can depend on their weakness. So here he is, like literally strategizing around their weakness, right? So let's try to get the latest stuff here on the shutdown. Let's see what we got here. Sorry, folks. I'm sorry I'm so loud. I'm sorry. I am just incredibly, like, I just... Look, I knew this was coming. I knew this kind of shit was coming, but to see it happening, and then to see the Scott Jennings of the world defend it with that fucking smirk.
Oh, the Trendy of Rockwell using him as human shields. Got him.
5 hours ago from ABC News, owned by the Disney Corporation, entering day 4 of the government shutdown. I really don't want to watch ABC. I would rather watch MSNBC than ABC. It's gotten to that point, folks. It's a lawless land. Federal workers speak out as government shutdowns brings more pain. All right, let's do it. The moment MSNBC cuts to a politician from the Democratic Party, I'm fucking running away from this video, okay?
Government shutdown is bringing new pain to federal workers who've already endured months of cuts from the Trump administration. During the shutdown, about 750,000 federal employees are expected to be furloughed each day, while thousands more are required to keep working.
And he thinks he's got him and Vought. They're like, oh, great, we're gonna fire more people and blame it on the Democrats, and everyone's gonna believe it. It's not working. But does it matter? Does it matter when Putin lies to his entire country and says everything's great and actually everything's growing? And does it matter when Xi Jinping lies to his entire country? You know what I mean? Like, because the elections don't matter. This number one priority was attacking the remaining structure of checks and balances that could have possibly, gone after him in any way. And then you got Chucky Schumer over here and the Democrats refusing to even pretend to do an impeachment. And it's just nothing but green lights. Nothing but green lights for this fascist.
Without pay. But OMB director and co-architect of Project 2025, Russell Vought, has upped the stakes by threatening to carry out mass firings any day now. 2 unions representing federal workers filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration this week, asking a judge to stop the, quote, cynical use of federal employees as a pawn in congressional deliberations. Joining us now, the leader of one of those unions, Everett Kelly, national president of the American Federation of Government Employees, along with Ashaki Robinson, president.
I really wanted more of an analysis here, not, no offense to these folks. I'm sure they're fine folks here, but I really wanted a more cold analysis. Who's going to get hurt? What's going to be happening here? You know what I mean? So I apologize to cut that off early. I should have a video queued up. Like I said, I was starting late today. It's not going to be a long stream. I'm just in complete shambles today, I guess. I'm just so I'm distraught. I'm legitimately distraught at this stuff here. Maybe what I'm looking for is the ABC one. That's just a cold analysis. Okay, who's this woman? Wait, who's this woman here? Maine resident battling multiple sclerosis. Okay, well, that's a citizen. She deserves to be heard. Let's hear what she has to say.
Risking pieces of my
Okay,
health.
so I might have found the clip, but CNN copyright struck it. He must have really said something good. He must have really said something good. Okay? That's a clear sign that he said something worth a damn. Good try, strategy member. Isn't that hilarious, though? CNN censoring themselves to such an extent, cutting interesting things out of their content. You know what? I saw something crazy yesterday. I accidentally watched 5 minutes of a Lawrence O'Donnell clip because I was like washing the dishes, and then it went to the next video, and for some reason the algorithm fucking insists on sending me Lawrence O'Donnell fucking videos because I watch too much MSNBC. I hate him so much. He's so fucking, I hate him. So anyway, though, he's all bitching about the generals and like, oh, the generals don't like this. The generals, the generals are really mad about the speech that I suffered everyone through, right? We watched the whole Trump speech on 2X, right? So there's that amazing image, right, of the general facepalming, right? This right here, right? I had it up the entire day. It's the most relevant image. It's the most relevant image of the day. Here's Lawrence O'Donnell, I swear to God, doing 15 whole fucking minutes about how shameful it was for Donald Trump to do that. Doesn't mention the facepalm. Shows the image, shows that the long image of the generals, but cuts off the top, and doesn't show the facepalm. I know I'm a loser. Thanks for the reminder. Back to the story. You see what I mean? Like, it's just like with Jeffrey Epstein during Kamala Harris, right? It's like they'll never fucking learn. And, and it's just they'll never learn, and they're going to have to be forced. Like, we kind of have to, Vosh kind of talks about this, but we kind of need to grow a sack a little bit and start demanding certain things again, because like lefties are so hesitant to demand this should be illegal or this needs to be regulated or we need a law for this or we need to fix this, because it's always like, well, what about this? It's very, we should have a debate. We got to be stronger on these things, and we need to insist that the Fourth Estate, that there's checks and balances against corporate ownership, that there's, transparency, that there's diversity, that and that diversity is supported with public funds so that there isn't a political, allegiance to it. And most importantly, going back to transparency, we should demand every privately funded news organization, PragerU, Newsmax, all these, tell us, like, how, like, on YouTube, if you talk about COVID-19, it'll say, COVID, here's a Wikipedia link to COVID-19. COVID-19 is actually real. Like, we should have that kind of transparency when Ben Shapiro does a video. Oh, 50% of this is funded by the Russians, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we should know who's paying for this, because that is relevant, right? We should know, CBS, the head person at CBS is Barry Weiss, who is a avowed Zionist who fully supports, Israel's genocide. Like, we need transparency on these things. Because American people aren't stupid, but they are easily fooled. And I think one of the reasons why they're easily fooled is that they're so busy, and that's an intentional part of the system that they've built for us, this rat cage that they put us in. But if we have the information, if Americans are given the opportunity to know, okay, here's who's funding your news, here's where the information's coming from, here's who's paying for it, Americans will actually make smarter decisions.
We are now on day 4, and there's still no end in sight. Lawmakers left Washington for the weekend with negotiations at a standstill, with neither side budging on their demands. This morning, as the government shutdown drags into the weekend, the White House ramping up its threats, warning thousands of federal workers could soon lose their jobs.
Layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of that.
Republicans refusing to negotiate until Democrats reopen the government.
Democrats need to vote for the clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution.
I love when they say that. It's like he's looking at the camera smiling. It's not clean. It's super fucking partisan. I love it. I just love the blatant, constant lies.
Sitting right there. And then we can talk about whatever we need to talk about.
And they sound like gaslighting abusers, right? Oh, I didn't mean, oh, you know, I was just tired that day. I really do love you. I didn't mean to cheat on you. Oh, you know, don't believe your eyes. Don't believe what you just saw. Don't believe any of that. I love you, baby.
Democrats digging in, refusing to cave until Republicans agree to reverse Medicaid cuts and extend Obamacare subsidies to keep premiums from increasing for millions.
Failure to act would be devastating.
It's fucking loser.
And Republicans know it. Even Donald Trump knows it.
Kristen Furman Simmons in Maine, who is battling MS, says if the Obamacare subsidies expire, her premiums could go up 169% and her health could suffer.
Let me tell you, folks. Millions of Americans are in this position. You know, this is why guys like me get so mad. That's why we get so quote unquote triggered. People are going to die. They're going to die in pain, in agony, and in debt because of this. Oh, I know, Clutch. He's got to go. He's got to go.
Having to take away from part of our budget, which is already very slim, and think about risking pieces of my health, including my vision, my mobility, and potentially worse.
President Trump escalating the pressure, calling the shutdown an unprecedented opportunity to cut Democrat agencies, already freezing funding for projects in 16 states that voted blue in the last election. Caught in the middle, millions of federal workers, 750,000 furloughed, including Mark Cochran, who leads a local AFG union and works for the National Park Service in Pennsylvania.
We're living paycheck to paycheck, so I mean, we can't afford to just sit at home waiting for the politicians to decide that they're going to be adults and do their jobs. Some of our staff, they'll have to go to food banks.
The Senate returns on Monday while the House is out next week, so that means for at least a few more days, millions of federal workers remain in limbo, unsure when they'll get paid or, Gio, even if they'll have jobs to return to.
Yeah, no, because so the big difference here with other shutdowns is the risk of firing. And Donald Trump and Ross Voigt, they think they got this in the bag. They think they've convinced everybody that this is the fault of the Democrats. And it wouldn't happen if it wasn't for the Democrats. We just had to, they're just sitting there pulling the trigger like fucking Squid Games over here. Oh, it's your fault. Bow, bow, bow. Ruin this career. Ruin that career. Oh, everyone's going to blame you for this. Bow, bow, bow. I'm going to do so much damage and everyone's going to blame you. More. I want more. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is what I'm talking about when CNN does this. Who's this guy? Politician, I would assume. All right. There's got to be better sources here. I'm so sick and tired of MSNBC. There's got to be better sources here. Government shutdown. Give me something better than this. Is TYT talking about this even? Ugh, I don't like watching TYT. I don't like any news. I hate it. I hate all of this. What do we got here? Dark Woke. Here we go. She seems cool. All right, let's see. Who does she talk about here? So she does a monologue. Okay. She brings in Hassan here a little bit. Wow, that is a whole lot of one person sitting in a dark room speaking. I'm sure she's got a lot of amazing things to say, though. Okay, we got Kim Iverson proudly cashing checks from Russia. The Hill rising over here. Really? The Hill interviewing Kim Iverson? They are so compromised. This whole setup, super fucking compromised. Do not trust The Hill. Do not trust Kim Iverson. I need answers today. Okay. This is what happens when you tell it to give you like the things that were released the latest. Only top 1% survive this big ugly bill. Here's a random woman laying in her bed. to tell us the news.
About 8% of
I laugh, but she has 20 million more viewers than me.
Americans don't have health insurance. It's slightly increased from 2023 to 2024, but 8% is where it's at right now.
Okay.
That breaks down to about 27 million Americans don't have health insurance.
Okay. Why are we in your bed?
About 155 to 178 million Americans have their health insurance through their employer. A lot of you who don't have health insurance or have your health insurance through your employer are basically like, well, if the ACA goes away, I don't really think that's going to affect me, but it will. And I'm going to tell you how. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will close. You're looking at higher costs for health insurance all the way around. Hospitals and nursing homes greatly rely on Medicaid payments.
Hey, thank you, strategy member, for that info and that deep dive on that person. It would be nice if CNN actually told us who that person was. She's hotter than you. She's way hotter than me, like way hotter.
There's a $1 trillion cut in this budget. Over.
I would get negative views somehow if I were to do a podcast here in my bed. I'm like lying sexy. Hey, how you doing? I got a shirt coming down. Hey, how you doing? I just woke up from a nap. You know, maybe I'll go take a shower. Ooh.
For 10 years to Medicaid. A handful of rural hospitals across America have already closed in anticipation. Not to mention that waiting times at emergency rooms across America will be higher.
Yeah.
Americans will miss work and school.
Yeah. She's totally correct. Awesome job. Thank you, Nechello Alonso. Appreciate it. Excellent job. This is kind of fun. Look at this. People here in my car. Oh, he's got the Bible. Oh, here we go. This is only 1 minute. Here we go. Here we go. So this is Common Sense. 2 videos down. Insane Religious Madness. Here we go.
Got my La Biblia here with me.
La Biblia, huh?
Right.
Can't call it the Bible.
And I'm sitting in the park.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I started to use the phone, my other phone, as a tool to search.
Okay. Yeah, that's people do that. Yep.
Right. And so...
Thank you, female eunuchs. I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not as good as this guy, though.
There's several mentions of the left, and the reason why I'm bringing this up because I'm looking at what is happening politically right now.
What's happening?
What has happened over the last 4 years and even up to the year, and you know just the things that people are saying.
It's the left.
You know, there's a certain faction of society, the political class that understand that all they have to do is say something with enough emphasis, and that makes it truth, whether it's true or not.
Right.
And so, you know, we're talking about the government shut.
You following, right? I'm following.
Down and everything that is happening, of course. The scary believers again. Oh my God, am I going to pay my bills? Well, either King David was right or he was wrong.
Right, exactly. Yeah, King David's very relevant to the discussion of the government not paying its bills and making us insolvent, and then causing our dollar to, you know, reduce in relevancy in the geopolitical space. Absolutely. What did King David have to say about this? That's totally relevant.
Right?
Yeah. No, you're right. No, you're totally right. Well, there you go, folks. 1 minute of wisdom. That's the rant from DLMBS, this guy. There we go. Good stuff. Good stuff. You know, it's like I don't want to ban this guy. It's like this is like, you know, it used to be like people like this weren't put on stage and given a microphone and to tens of thousands of people who were like nodding their head in agreement. But hold on, it's been 5 minutes, so that means we have new videos. Okay, let's see what we got here. No. I want the latest last hour. What crazy psychopath is putting something out? Here we go. How does the government shutdown affect you? Here we go. Here's a Zoomer in his bedroom. Might be a cancer patient. Can't tell, but we'll see here.
Well, what is actually true? Another day goes by in America, and it's another day where both sides just sit there in a perpetual Spider-Man meme, pointing fingers at
both sides. It's definitely both sides, guys. And an honest, smart, common sense analysis of the situation would show us that it's basically both sides. Right. I mean, one side doing incredible damage, shredding the Constitution, the other side weak and feckless, but ultimately still trying to defend the democratic status quo that we once had. It's basically both sides.
Each other, placing the blame on each other for everything.
Right. Very intelligent. You might want to turn that hat around so that we know how smart you are.
The only difference is Now we're in what is going to be day 3 of the federal government being shut down.
Yeah, so why is this the Democrats' fault? Bro, why is this the Democrats' fault? Am I right?
As of October 1st, 2025.
Right.
As per usual with most news stories, you have both sides sitting there making blanket statements without actually providing the evidence or the policy.
That's factually untrue, by the way. That's factually totally one side is doing that. The other side is saying we're stopping the government specifically for this reason. I'll show you the Bernie Sanders clip next. And this person doesn't have access to the internet. You know, they're just catching up. Probably know more about the Orioles than they do about politics. Maybe they should do a little bit more research before they turn that camera on. It's okay though, folks. It's okay. It's not like this does incredible harm or anything, right? This kind of misinformation. It's not like it does incredible harm to everybody. No.
They make you do the research yourself instead of providing you the context. On the one side, you have Democrats saying that Republicans are unwilling to compromise and Trump caused.
Is that what they're saying? They're saying, please don't cut Medicare. Please leave these Obamacare era things in there so that 14 million people or whatever don't get their health care cut. So that's not a very, that's so strange. This centrist seems to be extremely dishonest when describing the left. I've never seen that before. Most centrists are totally honest when they describe the left and what the left is trying to achieve. That's so weird.
Democrats saying that Republicans are unwilling to compromise and Trump caused the shutdown because they want to strip health care away from millions of...
Okay, maybe I shouldn't have interrupted him there because now I look like a jackass. Yeah, good one, dude.
Of Americans. On the other side...
That's a pretty accurate breakdown. I take it back. All right, what you got?
You have the Republicans making blanket statements saying, oh, the Democrats want to provide health care for illegal immigrants and give out handouts.
That's right.
Well, what is actually true? What does the government shutdown even mean? Nobody seems to be explaining that either.
Well, that's totally not true. There's actually a very clear explanation of what's happening if you just were willing to look.
Well, today we're going to take a nonpartisan look at who's actually to blame for the government shutdown. What are the specific policies?
I got to see this.
Another day goes by in America, and it's another...
Both sides explained. Okay, I got to see this, folks. All right, hold on here. I got to see who's to blame because I know it's going to be the left. I know it's going to be the left. I'm sorry. Please indulge me on this. We got Funko Pops and sports hats. We're in our dad's nice basement. Look at the wood. Look at the wood. Look at the fucking fireplace. Okay? Parents' house. He's well-to-do. Nike products. Has time to go to sports events. I guarantee you it's the left's fault. I gotta find out.
Day where both sides just sit there in a perpetual Spider-Man meme, pointing fingers.
Right.
Shutdown. And what does the shutdown mean for the average American? Not just these political elites. We're going to start off with the most important question. If you're an average American like myself, what does the government shutdown mean for you, for me, the average American who's just working, trying to get by? As it is with most of the disagreements between both of our just amazing, absolutely incredible political parties, is usually somewhere in the middle, and both sides are lying to some degree. The Democrats in the
I agree with that.
Senate, led by Chuck Schumer, and the Republicans in the House, fronted by Mike Johnson, both proposed separate bills that would keep the government open and the funding going with the same 2025 fiscal year levels that they had prior. But there were specific policies in both bills that the other side was unwilling to compromise with that resulted in both bills being shot down. We're going to start off by breaking down the Democratic CR bill, which, like I mentioned, was led by Chuck Schumer. A big piece of contention that we're going to keep coming back to is the point that the Democrat CR was going to keep in a subsidy that was made in place with the Affordable Care Act under Biden during COVID that is going to cap medical insurance premiums.
Okay, look, I take back the previous criticism. He's definitely being honest about what the Democrats are proposing.
0.5%. The way that the 8.5% cap works and what it actually means is that if a person makes $100,000, for example, I know, I wish to, but if a person makes $100,000 and the cap is set at 8.5%, that means that their maximum insurance premium would be $8,500 that they can be charged in a calendar year. The reason the Democrats want to keep this in place, and I actually agree with them on this, is that without the 8.5% cap...
All right, I'm wrong. Okay, no, that's all I needed to hear. Okay, I'm the asshole here. I'm the asshole. You see how you can get your profiling totally wrong here, right? Because he's all like, "Oh, $100,000 a year job, that'd be nice." If he fit the profile that I described, $100,000 job a year would be his because his daddy'd be giving it to him. So he's over here saying, "I agree with the Democrats, them holding out." Okay, all right. I'm not going to waste any more time with this.
What is actually,
give him a like, folks. Brutality, is that this kid's name? John Dwan. All right, give him a like, folks. Give him a like. I think he's got his heart in the right place. Check him out. Netanyahu's questionable peace. Why do Islamists chant against America? Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, let me see here.
Maybe it's because we help Israel.
Okay, yeah, no, exactly. No, this guy's, he's got his mind right. No, this is great. Excellent job. Up-and-comer right here. We got an up-and-comer.
I'm going to come.
We got an up-and-comer. Excellent job. Lovely stuff.
Well, what is actually true? Another day goes by in America.
Why are we still listening to audio? I moved away from that. All right, that was interesting. That was cool. Give them a like, give them a subscribe, folks. You never know what you're going to get here. Here we go. What a government shutdown means from you. That's just some local news report. Some dusty guy. I've seen this guy before. No, this is not the guy I've seen before. Former FDA commissioner. Okay, that'll bore me to tears. We've all heard that. Scared old man. All right, yeah, let's do some Fox News, folks. Here we go. Let's do some fucking Fox News. Let's see how bad the Democrats, I can't believe the Democrats would do this. The Democrats are forcing Donald Trump and Russ Vought to fire these people, to be extra super mean. Remember, Donald Trump said specifically, we're going to fire Democrat organizations, which that's not a thing. There's no Democrat organization in the government. What he's talking about are things that Democrats often defend. Healthcare, education. We're going to attack the American people directly. That'll show them. Let's hear what Fox has to say.
Short call, very... The government shutdown continuing through the weekend as senators failed to reach a funding agreement yesterday. House Republicans holding a conference call this morning. Speaker Mike Johnson says the lower chamber may not... The government shutdown continuing through the weekend as senators failed to reach a funding agreement yesterday. House Republicans holding a conference call this morning as Speaker Mike Johnson says the lower chamber may not come back until Senate minority.
Do you think they're going to mention the fact that Donald Trump is currently golfing, like at this very moment, the moment of this report? Donald Trump literally golfing. This is about 20 minutes ago when this was put out. Donald Trump literally on the golf course right now. Yeah, how many mentions you think? 600, 700? I'm going to go with 800 mentions of Donald Trump on the golf course.
Leader Chuck Schumer is ready to reopen the government. House Majority
Chuck Schumer's ready to reopen the government, guys. They're in charge of the Senate, the Congress, the President, the Supreme Court. Man, that Chuck Schumer, dude, he's got so much power. I wish we could just arrest him and then get rid of this party, and then we wouldn't have any worries whatsoever, right?
Whip Tom Emmer joins me now. Congressman, welcome.
Good to be with you, Mike.
So this conference call that you and the leadership team had with House Republicans this morning, tell us about it.
Very short call. A lot of people participated, but the message was very simple. The House has done its work. And when people ask about negotiations, we did negotiate.
Yeah, exactly.
The negotiation was for a clean continuing resolution that goes through November 21st.
I'm sorry to keep pausing, right? But, lies. I'm just going to say lie every time I hear a lie instead of pause and explain to you the lie, okay?
That was the negotiation, which, by the way, Chuck Schumer.
For now, Siren, don't be calling Chuck Schumer based. Don't be doing that. Let's not do that. This is the bare minimum, okay? This is the bare fucking minimum right here.
Schumer actually negotiated the same thing 6 months ago, and he voted for it 3 times previously. So the message this morning, Mike, was very simple. House Republicans are ready to get back to work and finish the people's business as soon as Chuck Schumer and
except for Donald Trump, who's literally golfing. Okay.
Democrats in the Senate reopen the government.
Right. Democrats in the Senate reopen the government. Right. It's totally on them. It's just, and of course this is Fox News, so that's common sense. That's just applied, right? There's no question of that whatsoever. These guys are firmly in charge. This is something that they can control, but it's up to us. Cool. Yeah.
Play a clip from House Democrats.
And this is why you get into perpetual endless fights with your dad, your uncle, your mom, whoever, right? Whoever's attached to this stuff, right? It just, there's always, within minutes sometimes of a story dropping, they have the full talking point netted out, ready to go for you,
Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, and I will get you to react to it.
Oh boy.
Here's the problem with Republicans.
Here's Hakeem Jeffries doing his tough guy routine. If you don't know, if you've never seen this before, but he usually when he's running for re-election does he pull this character out. But this is his version of a tough, intimidating, take no shit politician. Laugh along with me, okay?
Freeze, and I will get you to react to it.
Here's the problem with Republicans. They continue to try to jam their extreme right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people. When will they learn their lesson?
What's the hand movements? What's the very, very intentional hand movements?
I mean, this is about the health care of everyday Americans. They continue to try to confuse the issue.
Is a 7-week continuing resolution extreme ideology?
Isn't that great? So they cut out parts of what Hakeem Jeffries says that would explain the numbers, and then so they cut him off kind of early, or they don't provide proper context to what healthcare that he's actually talking about, and then the host comes in and lies and recontextualizes. Oh, so this is what he actually meant. This is what Hakeem Jeffries actually meant. Amazing stuff. It's amazing how the propaganda works.
Everyday Americans, they continue to try to confuse the issue.
Is a 7-week continuing resolution extreme ideology?
Well, actually, Hakeem's playing from the wrong songbook. He has nothing else to say.
Bonus if they call him a radical communist or something like support, like he's, oh no, what they usually say is that he's listening too much to the far left. That's what they say about Chuck Schumer too. He listens too much to the far left. Can you imagine Chuck Schumer listening to us? He would only listen to us if we were shouting from the other side of the street on a sidewalk as he walks by to a multi-million-dollar dinner with a donor. That's the only time he would listen to us.
The reality is this. A clean CR, which Hakeem, by the way, supported 13 times under the Biden administration, has nothing to do with this full argument about health.
It's not clean. And they're like, oh, when confronted with the cuts that they're going to make on Medicare, they're like, well, we're not cutting health care from people who deserve it. We're taking away 14 million. We're taking away health care from 14 million people. But none of those people deserve it. They were young, or they're welfare queens, and they don't deserve it. And some of them are brown, and you don't worry about it. They're unhumans. They don't deserve health care, and they're never going to get injured either. So they don't need health care in the future. So it's perfectly okay to remove health care from them. They're never going to need it. They're never going to grow old. They don't deserve it in the first place, and some of them are kind of weird looking, and they sound funny, and they cook food that makes me feel uncomfortable when I smell it. Make them go away.
Healthcare that they're trying to bring up. And by the way, Mike, here's what they did. We have a clean.
Look at the microphone stand. Look at the anemic microphone stand. Look at how much people give a shit about what this neoliberal establishment has to say. Is that 3 microphones? Is that 3? 3 whole news agencies came out for your press conference, Chucky. Wow. Was Caitlin Collins there? Wow.
We are sitting over in the Senate. The response by Chuck Schumer and Democrats in the Senate, because frankly, Hakeem is not relevant to this discussion. Their response has been simply because Chuck is worried about his leadership post.
Here we go.
Their response has been, we want $1.5 trillion more in spending. And by the way, we want to put illegals back on taxpayer-funded health care.
They just
while
lie.
At the same time gutting $50 billion from the rural health care fund that Republicans created.
They just lie. That's what Donald Trump is doing. Whoa, dude. Wow. Man, it must be. And then you get paid for this. And then you get money for this. Bro, and then you get money for this. This is unbelievable.
On taxpayer-funded health care, while at the same time gutting $50 billion from the rural health care fund that Republicans created. This is Hakeem is
that's what they want.
1, he's not relevant. 2, his message is way off mark.
Come on.
The extremists on this side are on the Democrat side. It's Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate. This is not about some policy thing.
He did the thing right on cue. He did the fucking thing, right? Because when you see and hear Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, you think someone's got to stop these radical Maoists. these out of control communists over here. Someone needs to stop these guys. It's the second coming of Stalin over here with Chuck Schumer. Che Guevara, it's Chuck Schumer, then it's Che Guevara, okay? All right, we're talking about extreme revolutionaries.
Way off, Mark. The extremists on this side are on the Democrat side. It's Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate. This is not about some policy thing. This is obviously not about health care. Otherwise, why would they be gutting rural health care, Mike? This is literally about Chuck Schumer and Democrats in the Senate trying to appease their radical left-wing base.
This is great. This is great. I'm so curious. Let's ask the robot. I'm curious. Okay, hold on. No. I don't want to log in. Hold on. Are the Democrats gutting $50 billion from the in healthcare? Let me just do this. From okay, in their CR proposal, the continuing resolution proposal. Do you think ChatGPT even knows what the fuck we're talking about? Let's see. See how smart this fucking robot is. Yeah, I couldn't find credible evidence the Democrats are quote unquote gutting $50 billion in healthcare in their CR continuing. So it does know continuing resolution proposal in the sense that claim suggests. The claim seems to be, I knew it. Listen, the robot, dude, it's amazing. The robot's actually quite helpful in my job to do this, right? Because I don't have the fucking time to be. I'd have to read and listen. I'd have to do 30 minutes of quiet reading and Googling to get the answer that I'm looking for here. I just asked the robot and boom, here we go. The claim seems to be a distortion or mischaracterization of what is actually happening in the budget negotiations. Here's what the records show. It searches the web like I do, but it's faster than me in most cases. Yeah, I mean, it's faster than any human. That's the point, right? $50 billion rural hospital, rural health fund. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, GOP reconciliation, included $50 billion rural health transformation intended to offset some of the damages proposed of the proposed Medicare cuts. So remember, RFK Jr. was called out by Bernie Sanders for this because RFK was like, "Yeah, we're investing historic amounts of money in rural hospitals," and Bernie Sanders goes, "Yeah, because you cut $150 billion. So you cut $150 billion first, and then you throw $50 billion at it, and then brag about a historic injection of money." So that's exactly what they did. They cut it by like 150, and now they're going to throw $50 billion at it because they realized they were about to shut down every rural hospital in America. Opponents, including Republican leaders, accused Senate Democrats in their counter-CR proposals of seeking to eliminate or roll back that $50 billion fund, which is exactly what this piece of shit was doing, right? For example, congressional records quotes, blah, 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 blah. But the intent and context matter. The fund was part of the Republican reconciliation plan itself, tied to larger cuts, exactly what I was saying, explaining, but using smart words. Larger cuts to Medicaid and health care. Removing or altering that fund does not necessarily constitute a pure cut to health care. It must be viewed in the context of what else is being cut or restored. So right there, is the claim accurate? Partially, but misleadingly, right? So that's what oftentimes there's grains of truth, and that's why the gaslighting can be so successful. Because it's like, well, they are proposing a new CR. Are they proposing to remove this $50 billion injection? There is a kernel of truth. Democrats' counter CR proposal does include eliminating or not including the $50 billion rural health fund that is in the GOP reconciliation package. But to say Democrats are gutting $50 billion in healthcare presents a distorted picture that framing omits. The $50 billion fund is itself part of a broader package that includes far larger cuts to Medicaid. What is being eliminated is a new addition, the Rural Health Fund, not existing core healthcare programs in the claims I found. Democrats' proposal also includes restoring or resisting cuts to broader health expenditures. Thus, the claim is not fully correct. It is a simplification or political framing rather than a precise statement of policy. Holy shit. Holy shit. How is it in the time of misinformation, the age of misinformation, where we have two completely separate realities, maybe even three, right? Where we have the real reality, objective reality, and then we have the neoliberal left version, and then the, of course, conservative right version of reality. How is it in the age of misinformation do we have that we've created a fucking a politically neutral robot where it's like the only way these robots work properly is if they source the truth. They have to find the most objective truth or else the model falls apart. So it's crazy, right? You can't have a model that lies. You can't have a model that obfuscates and is worth a damn, no matter how hard Elon Musk tries. That is nuts, dude. That is so crazy. It knew exactly, like I didn't even give it proper context, like what's a CR, what's any of this, and it knew exactly what it was asking, gave me exactly the information I was looking for, analyzed. I didn't even ask it really to analyze it. I just asked it. It's crazy how useful this thing is, dude. We are so screwed. We are so fucking screwed here. What? I can't do this. Oh, can you do this? I could do this in like 45 minutes. Type it out. It would take me an hour to type this out. Oh, here you go. 5 seconds. Beep, boop, beep, beep, beep. 5 seconds. Here's the answer to everything, fully analyzed. Boom. Sourced, by the way. Source. I could click on all this. Is not just hallucinations here. By the way, though, talk about hallucinations. We have seen these algorithms not only like make it up, but then like try to go to the trouble of making a website to like make up the source that they're making up. So, you know, this whole thing might spiral out of control. But how useful is this for us right now in debunking this piece of shit? Oh yeah, the Democrats really want to cut $50 billion. I can't believe. Can you believe they want to cut $50 billion? And you know, can you believe that? It's unbelievable. It really is something. Wow, what a useful tool. Okay. Ooh, Cat Abu Ghazala. Hell yeah. All right, let's do a little bit more ICE coverage. Then we'll cover Gaza, then Ukraine, and then I'm going to call it a day. And I don't know, go take a nap or something. I need to check myself. I'm so like, nobody's chatting, nobody's watching. I'm so unwatchable today. I apologize. I apologize, folks. But let's get some Cat Abu Ghazala here.
Cat Abu Ghazala, here in her personal capacity, has been on the front lines of this fight with me and so many others, and is here to tell you about what she's seen.
I know. I'm so self-conscious. I'm sorry, folks. My own fucking problems. I'm like, I gotta shut up. Shut up. Cat. Let's listen to Cat.
I want to thank everyone for being here. My name is Cat Abu Ghazala. I am one of hundreds of people who have been brutalized by ICE while protesting the inhumane conditions at the Broadview Processing Center over the past few weeks.
Simply Steve.
We are gathered here, activists and elected leaders and community members, in solidarity and perseverance to demand.
No, Liddy Bruz, 100% correct. 100% correct. You have to be very, very careful at taking at face value there. And if I had more time, I would have dug into those sources, clicking on those links. But I'll take that one at face value. But Liddy, you're pretty correct. The problem is, though, as we've seen with Sora and then Sora 2, this shit is getting good quickly. It's getting really, really good, really, really fast. And as long as they can, it's funny how Elon Musk is trying to make his product shittier, right? Go ahead and let him waste billions. But the product is frighteningly good. Okay, that was what we just witnessed was not possible a couple years ago. And it like what was available for something like that, it would have produced garbage. It would have, it would have been a complete waste of time. That was frighteningly good. Okay, and if I was a responsible journalist, I would have gone through every one of those links and confirmed the sources and everything. I'm going to take it at face value at this point, but Liddy, I totally agree with you.
And what our community deserves.
Is that Faust? You got Faust in that in your as your icon? That's cool.
Over the past few weeks.
Ouch.
We are gathered here, activists and elected leaders and community members, in solidarity and perseverance to demand what our community deserves.
She got more microphones than Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Think about that. Think about that. Cat Abu Ghazala, she's running for Congress. She's not even a Congress member. She has more microphones, more news media interested in what she has to say, what these people have to say, than the leaders of the Democratic Party. Yeah, Liddy. Yeah, but I totally agree with what you're saying. Thank you for giving me a break. But you know, we already lost one viewer when they saw me, using something off Twitter that wasn't fully sourced. She was like, "I've had enough of this. This is so unprofessional." That's her right. That's her right. You know, go to Hassan. Go back to. No, I don't want to denigrate. Trailhead is a nice person.
Transparency, to know what is happening behind those boarded up windows, and to allow elected officials like Delia Ramirez and Chuy Garcia to inspect the facility as they are allowed to by law. Accountability, to identify the officers that have brutalized our community, denied immigrants their rights, and commit unprovoked violence against civilians and the press. And finally, safety, to tear down the unlawful gate that is behind us, which blocks a public street, which was ordered to come down by the Broadview Fire Department and which endangers anyone that comes to this facility. Not just protesters, not just press, but also families trying to locate their loved ones. Over the last month, we have watched as ICE has operated with impunity in Chicago. They destroy homes, kill our neighbors, and disappear hundreds in the name of unlawful and racist orders. And all roads of their crimes lead here, to Broadview, the reason we have been protesting in the first place. And the response by many has been silence and capitulation. We've been forced into a free speech zone. Its very existence implies that everywhere else is a non-free speech zone.
Let me tell you something. AOC better get her mind right. AOC is going to be out of a fucking job, all right? AOC better get her mind right. Where has AOC been on Kat Abu-Ghazaleh? I know she's behind Zoran. She's backing up Zoran, which is good. But where's she been at on Kat Abu-Ghazaleh? Okay, you know, come on. I mean, if now isn't the time for AOC to become like the left's version of Marjorie Taylor Greene, where it's like, you're going to listen to me, you're going to deal with me, whether you like it or not. I'm going to use every ounce of my political power and then some, inside the building and outside the building. I'm going to be pressuring my own party to go harder, go faster. So where are you at, AOC? If you're not going to do it now, I mean, come on. I'm not going to go so far and say she's sold out, but I can say very confidently that I feel like she could be fighting harder, AOC.
That there are places where our First Amendment rights do not apply. It is ICE's responsibility to respect and uphold our First Amendment rights. It is not on us to accommodate their illegal and immoral actions.
But Scott Jennings made a fun face on TV, though, Kat. Did you think about that? Yeah, I didn't think so.
It is not on us to accommodate their illegal and immoral actions. Just having this press conference is a risk,
yeah, Liddy,
not only to the protesters or the people speaking here, but to the press covering it.
I agree that that's what she's doing.
ICE has arrested press.
I agree with that.
I watched as they threw a tear gas canister at you. They don't want you to show their crimes, and you being here, you covering this is a risk. So thank you for being here. This is a processing facility. It is only supposed to hold people for 12 hours at a time. But we have heard reports of people being held for days or weeks at a time, without beds or hot meals or access to hygienic facilities. We've heard of grandmothers and pregnant women sleeping on concrete floors, of dozens of men in a single cell. I watched as detainees were marched into a van in the very same clothes they were detained in, and we have no idea how long they were there. It is likely that the conditions in the Broadview Processing Center are much worse than we already know, because ICE will not allow our elected officials to inspect the facility, which is our leaders' legal right. ICE masks their faces. ICE set up gates to keep us away from their crimes. ICE boards up their windows. What we do know has come from prisoners who risk their own safety and the safety of their loved ones to speak out. And as our community is outraged, we turn up, and ICE responds with brutality. Tear gas, pepper and rubber bullets, some shot by snipers on roofs, flashbangs, physical violence, vehicles ramming through civilians, and abductions of protesters and the press. Republicans have described Chicago as a war zone. They are obviously wrong, but Broadview is a war zone. It's a war zone with the government waging war on peaceful protesters. And every week, the government escalates. You can see it right here. They have a fixed gun on the roof.
I love how she keeps showing the picture of her getting thrown out on her ass and getting right back up, by the way. That's the most important part. But I love how she keeps showing that. I'd be showing it on repeat, too, if I was running for Congress.
Right now, aiming at protesters. This is one-sided violence, one-sided escalation that began with mass secret police coming into our community and disappearing our neighbors. And it will get worse. Trump, ICE, and Kristi Noem won't even follow the Geneva Conventions.
That's right.
When it comes to their fellow Americans. Every day is an exercise in chaos with only one constant, and that is indiscriminate violence by ICE.
That's right.
We've watched as agents hit, throw, shoot, and gas young women and old men, civilians and veterans, disabled people and service dogs, protesters and their documentary.
This is everything we need to see right here. You know what I mean? This is it. This is the last image we need to see. This is the straw that breaks the camel's back, to me at least. Okay? Fuck ICE, abolish ICE, arrest the people involved in ICE. That's my position. Would Cenk Uygur agree? Maybe not. I don't know what kind of games they're playing over at TYT over there. Talking about Tucker fucking Carlson. Screaming Cheese, what we are looking at is a child, a black American citizen, child, under 10, possibly under 5, being zip-tied by ICE or Homeland Security or Chicago police, working under the auspices of ICE, right? Working for, with ICE. But this is American police, ICE, whatever institution, zip-tying a child who has done, let me make that clear, has done nothing wrong other than exist in the vicinity of people who may or may not be associated with Trende Aragua. He was taken against his will, kidnapped, and taken against his will to a processing facility, traumatized, separated from his family in his underwear. You know, Screaming Cheese, it does seem a bit fucking familiar now that you mention it.
All without knowing who these men are, what agency they work for, or what they are allowed to do. Illinois has led the country in fighting Trump's authoritarian agenda, but he is escalating and we are at a turning point. So are we going to stand up for the people, for the law?
What you're talking
or are we
about.
going to let ICE do as it pleases? Kristi Noem is here right now to ensure that her crimes against humanity continue unimpeded. We are here to make sure that does not happen. So let us in, give us justice, and tear this gate down. Thank you.
That's it. That's the future of America. Okay? She better be researching and following up and following that Zoran Mamdani template. And everything I've seen from Kat, she does, right? She's like one of us, right? She's like podcasting, streaming. She's doing video games. Okay? But why did she reference the Geneva Conventions? Those conventions apply only to armed conflicts, not to routine domestic law enforcement or immigration operations. Should we ask the robot? I don't know. Maybe ask the robot. But yeah, I mean, Liddy, you know, I do agree that if the Geneva Conventions are completely irrelevant, maybe don't mention them. But I think, you know, I think it's a nitpick. Certainly you would agree that it's a bit of a nitpick, Liddy. But that's okay. Just because we like them doesn't mean we can't be critical. I agree with all that. It's perfectly fine. But let's not divide and conquer. I know the left loves to do it. Oh, my God. So what's interesting is that MSNBC has actually been doing interviews with Kat and, like, having her on the panel shows along with CNN, which is pretty fucking crazy. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Combat veteran. Okay. Should we do? No. We just did Kat. Let's do some Zoran. But let's hear what this combat veteran, what he has to say about ICE. This is going to be good, dude. Status Coup Status Quo with the news here.
Out of everybody I despise the most,
Served 22 fucking years. Served fucking 22 years, and he takes no shit anymore. My man, look at those fucking medals, dude. Was his name Overlord? Was his name Overlord on the field of battle? Oh shit. Okay. Okay, let's hear what this motherfucker's had to say. Of course, it's a nitpick, just an odd thing to reference in that context. Just say they're violating domestic law. All right, Liddy. You know, I like your passion. I think you're really, I think you have some talent. I hope to see you follow a career, maybe in communication, maybe in, political, maybe just in the political realm somewhere, because I think you have a keen eye. I think I agree with that criticism. I'd like to see you in the political world, Liddy.
Out of everybody I despise the most, ICE at the top of the list right now. You guys are fucking traitors, man.
Yes.
You want to see what real independent journalism
folks, make sure you're
funded by the
supporting
people
Status Quo.
for the people looks like?
You ever heard a story like
subscribe.
this in America?
You're
Help them out. I'm not from the U.S. Liddy, you seem very, very intelligent. Surely you would agree that this MAGA fascist template is being applied to all Western democracies across the world. So whether you live in the UK, whether you live in fucking Zimbabwe, I think it's fair to say that the fascism is going to come to you, right? And that we should, if we have talents, we should utilize them, right, Liddy?
Is being somewhere
Support
where mainstream media
folks.
is not.
Flint, Michigan.
See you in Nevada.
Thanks to people like you,
Support
we can get the
Status
truth.
Quo.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
You are the man. I'm glad you're here. For as low as
Okay, that's a little cringy, but what can you do? Look, you got to, 16 cents a day. Well, it's a bargain.
16 cents a day. You'll keep us on the ground, covering the important stories the corporate media covers up.
I did 5 tours of duty. My first one was Operation Sea Signal in Cuba, Operation Joint Endeavor in Bosnia in 1996. Cuba was 95. I did Operation Joint Guard, which was Kosovo in 1999. I did Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2008 in Iraq. And my final tour was in Afghanistan, Operation Enduring Freedom.
So this guy was the front of the spear of America's meddling in the last 20 fucking years. So this guy has seen how America's military-industrial complex can be utilized for ill intent. From Australia, we've repudiated the MAGA element politically, not totally, but your last election was a common sense election where common sense finally won against the insane conservatives. You still have a long way to go with the racism of indigenous people there in Australia. But I do agree that, the leftist neoliberal elements won instead of the hyper-conservative. However, they constitute a real threat irrespective of whether I like it or not. What happens in the U.S. affects me and the world more generally. I think I'm starting to like Liddy. Common sense. That's what real common sense is, right? Yeah. No, I like that. And I not just because I agree with it, but it is common sense, right? Because Australia is absolutely affected. Like Australia is tied to the dollar, and I believe they continue to support Israel. Am I wrong about that? The Australian government, have they rejected Israel? Did that happen a long time ago and I'm just not keeping up with the news?
In 2013. And I got to go see the best president in history, Barack Obama, give out the Medal of Honor at the White House in 2014. And I retired under him in 2016.
Do you think we actually have a real democracy to save?
Here's the big problem, guys. It's the fact that America was so fucking corrupt to let his ass back in there. This is so much bigger than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It's the fact that you got somebody that is openly corrupt, openly racist as Trump, and they still bent the knee. That lets you know it wasn't about Trump. He's just the avatar.
That's good to hear,
The country
Liddy.
has always been white supremacist. This is the country I grew up with. I remember these white people losing their mind when I first moved in our apartment building in California. Called me the horror ER, said I was bringing down the property value. That hatred has always been there. I couldn't leave base in Fort Leonard Wood because of the racism. They didn't want to rent to me in Indiana because of the racism after I did fucking 4 tours for the country. And so now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it.
right? Let that shit burn. I don't think someone as corrupt as Trump and his administration are giving up power.
I would be surprised if the Black Panthers weren't some, yeah, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't really seen any operations or anything from any organization calling itself the Black Panthers.
I just don't believe that at all. Because the moment he gives up power, his people go to jail. Stephen Miller's going to prison. Everyone who's been doing all the Navy guys.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Big thanks to the Barack Obamas of the world, by the way. But whatever. We can live in dream world. Sure. Okay. Oh, yeah. No. Gavin Newsom going to arrest Stephen Miller as soon as he gets in charge. Yeah, you bet. Sure. Yeah, you bet.
Killed those Venezuelans. Them are fucking war crimes. They will hang for that shit.
So I don't mean to get conspiratorial. I don't mean to get fucking, spooky on everybody here. But it's individuals like this. If the government does decide to start letting ICE open fire and literally is disappearing hundreds of civilians a day, and ICE, fully engages this war that Donald Trump wants against the American people, it will be individuals like this who lead resistance movements. I know it sounds ridiculous. I know it sounds insane, but if we want our democracy back, we may very well have to fight for it. It's uncomfortable to think about, but we are being presented with that possibility. And it will be individuals like this who put it upon themselves to utilize their military training to try and bring back what we once had, This individual needs to be very, very careful. I wouldn't be surprised if the government is tracking him probably very closely.
And the rest of their fucking life in prison for killing these people. And so they're going to fight to try to hold on to power. And every one of us needs to be ready to bring that fight to him when the time comes.
He's ready. See what I mean?
Was there something from your childhood or growing up that inspired you to want to serve your country?
The Army, honestly, was always my backup plan. Right? When I was young, I wanted to be an astronaut. I loved sci-fi. I loved science itself. I was obsessed with space travel, believe it or not. But really, when I started going to different schools, my junior high school was heavily white, so dealt with a lot of open racism, a lot of fights. But really, I joined the Army because of the LA riots. I was just tired of the violence, tired of getting shot at for free. Just tired of, I honestly believe that I had a better life expectancy as a soldier than I did in my own neighborhood. And so I just left. I think I probably was a recruiter's dream. I walked in, said, I'm ready to go.
One last question. What would be your message to current soldiers, ICE agents, and National Guard that are being ordered to do illegal, non-constitutional things on a daily basis?
You don't participate, right? Weaponize incompetence. You walk out here, you look.
This is what and I think and one of the things that benefits the right wing, this current flavor of MAGA, is their absurdity, because I think a lot of the soldiers, because it hasn't gotten serious until recently, right? And until recently has it? It's because LA was LA? LA was a fucking joke. LA was an absolute joke. That wasn't a occupation, they set up checkpoints for a couple days, Hey, trailheads here. My God, hey. Your ears must have been burning. I was just talking about how I disappointed you by showing when we were talking about Charlie Kirk. And I was like, longtime viewer left because we were just using ChatGPT. Anyway. But I was just saying how I was disappointed in myself because I disappointed you. So it's so nice to see you come back. Thank you so much, Trailhead. I appreciate it.
Good. You be a prop for the government. Help people with their luggage, but absolutely do not raise your weapon.
Welcome back,
as a citizen, don't participate in anything is illegal.
Right. So getting back to what I was saying, though, is that the reason why I think a lot of the military and a lot of ICE, obviously, they're recruiting white supremacists, so they're into this. But I think why we're seeing a lot of the military just staying quiet on it is because they haven't gotten the order to shoot. They haven't gotten the order to kidnap and abuse children yet. They're acquiescing to ICE and letting them do it and letting local police do it. But I think if Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth take it to the next level and they say open fire on citizens, fucking Kent State style, you know, then I think we will start to see soldiers doing this. It's like, no, I'm not going to follow an illegal order. I'm not going to be part of this. And they'll be following this protocol that he describes here.
Tell them demons whatever they want to hear up front, but in the streets, and especially I'm talking to the NCO Corps, because the NCO Corps was really what holds the military together. That makes us unique in all armies. The NCO Corps, I believe the non-commissioned officers will hold fast to the Constitution. We knew how to play the bullshit game. We've had bad commanders before. We let them do
I'm seeing MSNBC and other mainstream media interpret what the generals were doing as they disagree, but that's just how they operate. They're not allowed to clap. They're not allowed, you know, they're a military organization. Yo, Lenny, good to see you. Welcome back. Hashtag more Lenny, folks. Make sure you click and follow. Lenny does his own stream. It's very informative. Consumer rights advocate. Make sure you're checking out Lenny. God damn it, I did it again. I always get lost when I do that. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's just get back to it.
Thing, man, but out here in the real world, especially if they're not the type of commander that lead from the front, they're not going to know what's happening from the field. You send their ass some bullshit report, and by all means, say the
Lenny's
fuck quiet.
judging a yo-yo contest?
Do not expose yourself. If you got a grievance, bring it to the veterans. We can talk shit.
That's so cool. So that is so awesome. Lenny is judging a yo-yo contest. You know, I won't get into the details, but it's so cool. Lenny is like the owner of Yomega, and he and how's the talent this year? Are they showing even more impressive tricks in the field of yo-yo? In the field of yo?
Without being subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. But we need you there. Somebody with a fucking conscience got to still be here to hold the line.
Welcome back, Ice King.
And I understand that it's terrible for you. It's terrible to see people. It's terrible to see democracy burn around you.
Right.
But you really are our last line of defense.
This is it.
And for you kidnappers known as ICE agents, understand this. You will never be fucking forgiven for your crimes, ever. The soldiers, I can understand. They took an oath. They're duty bound to be there. They can't just quit. You could fucking reclass tomorrow and go work for FEMA or do something else.
Exactly.
If you choose to put a mask on, if you
That's
choose
right.
to send people to concentration camps, if you choose to do that shit, you will be a mortal fucking enemy forever. When that fucking demon is gone from the White House, you will be hunted, just like you hunted them. You will be hunted. You will never have a fucking moment of peace, period. Out of everybody I despise the most, ICE is at the top of the list right now.
Hell yeah.
You guys are fucking traitors, man.
Yeah.
And the fact that you let Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and all these fucking insurrectionists on the team, that lets you know, man.
Oh, that's great, Lenny.
I'm gonna
That's
tell you
great.
something too, to you Proud Boys. I don't give a fuck if that felon anoints you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We're not gonna recognize that shit in these streets. Understand that shit. So when you come out here, be ready for those one-way missions. All right, it's all fun and games until you deal with heavily armed veterans who are willing to match and seat your energy.
That's what I'm saying.
Hell will flash trees over before I let anybody.
Because like, who has ICE been up against? Fathers dropping their kids off at school, families showing up to their court dates, people showing up to the hospital, sleeping children in an apartment building at 3 o'clock in the morning. He's 100% correct. Yeah, the new yo-yo tricks are totally bananas. Like, I don't even get it. How does a yo-yo spin for that long to do all the things that it's mind-boggling what kids do with yo-yos nowadays.
My family be taken, period. I don't give a fuck. And you could tag that fake-ass God of War himself. Fuck him too. Right? I don't give a damn about any of these demons, man. ICE is an absolute scourge. You should hold your head in shame forever.
He's right.
For the shit you're doing. You would never be
and
thinking-
they need to be, if there's any justice, they do need to be identified. They need to be arrested for their crimes. I would be okay with reduced sentences, but you know, there needs to be full accountability for every single member. At the very least, their identities need to be revealed. Okay, these are the individuals that did it, you know, at the very least. But honestly, I would go farther and say, you know, okay, how many kidnappings did they participate in? How long should a person, you know, because I think the person that should get the most time should be Stephen Miller and Tom Hooman, and then, you know, the people directly below them. They should be arrested, sent to jail, a normal jail where they're treated like normal prisoners, not a torture concentration camp, right?
For that shit. If you had a shred of dignity, you would reclass tomorrow. Sorry, guys, that shit just pisses me off, man. Can't stand these fucking demons, man.
It's gotta come from the heart.
Yeah, I cannot stand these guys, man. I watch, people out here running for their fucking life, man. That lady in Walmart running for like hours, man, hiding. And notice they're going after people who working.
Yeah.
Right? They sat here. Immigration itself is really about white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just cut to the chase. Immigration has always served.
Trailhead, fully fucking agree. Couldn't agree more. And even now, I mean, like, we're seeing them with the CR. Donald Trump's golfing. He's like, Chucky, by Monday, Chucky will fall in line, right? The whole Republican strategy hinges on them capitulating, and there's a good chance that Chucky's going to capitulate. Oh, Israel gave me a call over the weekend. I'm going to go ahead and say we support it.
Keep America white. They tell you whatever bullshit lie from Operation Wetback. This goes back in history. So we know now you really see what America's about. He's
informed, he's eloquent, he's focused, he's trained, he's professional. Okay? This is like the face of like progressive America pushing back. Okay, like it's going to be some nose pierce, blue hair, 700 genders. Doesn't even know how to clean the gun that they're holding. Right, that's how they picture American resistance to fascism. This is what American resistance to fascism is actually going to look like if they want to take it that far. Okay. And, your average right-wing 350-pound Republican has no fucking clue what he's actually up against.
They put white supremacy over everything, over the rule of law, over the separation of powers.
Yeah, Liddy.
And now they want to fund ICE.
This man knows
at a higher
exactly
rate
who he
than
is.
the Marine Corps. That is the danger. That means they're going to use these people to stay in power.
That's right.
Right, they're using them right now. If you see, they desensitized the military already to kill people. Right, they're telling you it's okay to kill drug dealers.
That's right.
And because they're moving drugs, so you can kill them now.
Yeah.
Right, so they're going to continue to
ratchet.
desensitize these people
The
before they
ratchet.
turn the guns on us. You need to be ready before that moment happens. And I tell you, whether it takes 10 months or 10 years, we must be absolutely relentless in our fight against white supremacy.
Welcome to America, bitch.
All right.
You good?
Well, hey, I appreciate
Is there anything else you want to get off your chest?
No, I think I said it all, guys. Listen, I'm pretty sure I've earned my way on any list, any watch list.
Yeah, no, he
so,
knows.
And that's all right. I'll be proud to be on this shit.
You're inspired.
No, he's already there. He's already there. Palantir has him cataloged. That's a guarantee. What an absolute fucking badass. I'd follow this man into hell. I really would. I believe in liberty. I believe in democracy. And you're goddamn right, I'm going to die for that shit. So that's the exact attitude that I respect right there. I don't have his training. I'm not the ultimate fucking badass. So I'm happy to be a follower when it comes to this kind of leadership. New CNN poll tells that all people are rallying around the Dems right now, are not rallying around the Dems right now, but Trump's base is jazzed up. Yeah, it's all fun and games, right? There's like no ramifications to any of the damage that they've done yet. Yeah, prices are going up a little bit. Oh, no biggie. It's all good. Brown people are getting carted away and assaulted, and black people are getting, their children are getting harassed and abused. So we must be doing something right. Yeah, it's all fun and games right now. Let me tell you, there is stagflation on the horizon economically that will touch every single American, even the evil ones. So midterms are going to be a wake-up call for the Dems. It will be interesting. I mean, well, not only are the Republicans going to do everything possible to steal it, but the turnout for the Dems is also going to be pretty shitty because Chuck Schumer over here really isn't inspiring people. I'm actually surprised the presidential election didn't humble them enough to reevaluate their strategy. Not the neoliberals, not Chuck Schumer. You know why? Because the gravy train is still working for them. Nancy Pelosi still getting paid, still getting those early stock tips. They're still getting the money. Hakeem Jeffries still getting the donos from Silicon Valley. So they're still getting paid. It's still working for them. That's, people don't understand, like Joe Biden, the guy was an egoist. The guy, because he doesn't really, he did such a great job fooling everybody that he was just a foolish, doddering old man, right? No offense, of course, to the elderly folks. But he did such a good job fooling everybody. In reality, he was a craven careerist, up his own ass, narcissistic, dangerously narcissistic in his own ways, not to the extent of Donald Trump, of course. But they're never, that's who these people are. That's who these corrupt neoliberal Democrats are. They've been like this for decades. Why would they change now? They need to be forced, like literally, get off the stage. You don't have this job. You've been primaried and defeated. You no longer speak for this institution. Leave. That's the only way they're going to do it. That's the only way they're going to do it. It doesn't matter if it's awkward. It doesn't matter if it's blatantly hypocritical and they're blatantly taking money from Israel and other special interests. Joe Manchin did it with pride, with a big smile, and oh, look at me and my yacht. Oh, yeah, I'm listening to the little people. They have no shame. They need to just be fucking Duke Nukem fucking booted off the fucking stage, the fucking mighty boot right off the fucking stage. That's the only way we're going to see some kind of progress with this institution, this neoliberal this left institution, the Democratic Party. And yes, we have to work within the Democratic Party instead of a third party because of the Electoral College. Those are in the know, either know what the hell I'm talking about or you need a history lesson. We'll do it later. Just trust me. But we have to assimilate the Democratic Party. We have no choice. The Republicans didn't have any choice. They had to assimilate the GOP. They had to turn this creaking institution into the fascist monster we see today. Right? They had to assimilate it because the Electoral College didn't allow a libertarian or a MAGA party to exist. Anyway, here's your boy. The motherfucking template. Do I even need to say more? The template. Hashtag the template. This is the template for Democratic Socialists. This is how we win. Your boy Zoran Mamdani, the mayor. I'm so confident that he's going to win. I'm already calling him the mayor. The only way they're going to defeat Zoran Mamdani is if they arrest him illegally. Is if they just literally get the ICE to raid him and arrest him. It's Cuomo's defeat is guaranteed.
Hey man, don't worry, I got this. We can learn a lot from the past, but some things are better left in the recycling bin of history. Disgraced former governors, the paper copy of a Con Ed bill you paid 7 years ago, terrible offers for credit cards. This Sunday, our campaign is bringing you not one, but 2 free paper shredding events. We're gonna slice and dice your old bills, junk mail, bank statements, and haul them off to be recycled. But that's not all. We'll have DJs, free family portraits, and frozen treats while supplies last. Now, I can't be in 2 places at the same time. Or can I? You might find me there, or you might find somebody who looks a lot like me. Not that guy. Somebody who actually looks a lot like me. Either way, this Sunday, we're shredding.
So he's using campaign funds to do public, public events that, people can take advantage of. If you have a bunch of stuff you need to securely shred. If you're a Zoomer, you probably don't know what the hell's going on. The adults that run your life, the professionals in your lives, they actually still use paper. They print things on paper. Sometimes even important things are printed on these pieces of paper. And then sometimes you accumulate a lot of paper that has important information on the paper. I've already lost you, I know. But anyway, sometimes those adults who run your life, they need to have those papers shredded securely so that no one's able to collect the information that's on the physical paper. Kind of like the money. You don't know what money is, do you? You just have a card. Okay. All right. Just trust me on these things. Okay, folks? This is useful to certain people who are not Zoomers. And this is really funny. He's the shredding music. Good stuff. He's going to have an impersonator, a Zoran Mamdani impersonator. That's hilarious. I just, protect Zoran Mamdani, okay? Protect Zoran Mamdani, okay? The man is so important. He's so incredibly important to everything. Okay. Hassan reacts to Moist Critical. Hey guys, my farts, they smell like Pringles. I think farts, I judge my farts with like a five integer scale. This one was definitely a 4. I call it a Pringle fart. So what the fuck could have Moist Critical had to say that's important? Let me just get a little taste here.
4 years in jail for the diddler, the baby oil.
Oh, okay, we're talking about Diddy. Yeah, okay. All right, that's about correct. No, of course, I want to see pedophiles go to jail. I think it's, he should have gotten more time. Yeah, of course. I'll leave the discussion about Diddy to somebody else. Okay, I just simply don't give a fuck. I mean, I do give a fuck. I do, but I just, can we focus on the most important pedophile, aka the president? You know what I mean? Okay, but I get it though. He should go to jail for a lot longer. Blah blah blah. Free Diddy, free Diddy, Diddy Kong, free Diddy. IDF soldiers break down over Gaza atrocities. I guess this is a good time to segue into Gaza. I think we've talked enough about the government shutdown and ICE today. Diddy, of course he did it. Are you kidding me? He did it Diddy did it dozens of times. Diddy was the new Jeffrey Epstein. And isn't there a picture of Diddy and Jeffrey together? Are you kidding me? Of course, all these things are true. Of course. The government protects the legal system for a long time. The politicization of the legal system did not start with Donald Trump. It wasn't nearly as bad or blatant, et cetera, but switch over to Gaza here.
You're watching Israeli soldiers dump piles of psychiatric medications on the table during a Knesset subcommittee meeting on mental health. The medications included fentanyl and other drugs that soldiers have resorted to as a result.
God damn, they're getting prescription fentanyl? Holy shit.
Of the mental health crisis they're facing due to their role in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. And they argue that the Israeli government is not providing enough support to keep them sane. Now, I think anyone that has...
Right. Okay, so I just wanted to see that relevant part. We're not going to watch this whole thing. TYT has been going pretty hard calling Israel a terrorist state, going that far, doing a really good job defending the Palestinians. In between segments where they basically glaze Tucker Carlson, I have yet to see a report from TYT talking about Tucker Carlson's anti-Semitism at the latest TPUSA conference. They cover all the anti-Israel stuff that Tucker Carlson says and the 9/11 stuff that Tucker Carlson's been doing, but they totally ignore the blatant anti-Semitism from Tucker Carlson. It's weird. Check it out. Look, there's like a bunch of Tucker Carlson shit
every day. The Young Turks
fucking TYT over here. I'll show you. Okay, maybe that shit is just being recommended to me. Okay, all right. This never works every time I try to do this. I'm trying to point out stuff that I've been seeing. Trust me, just trust me, okay? I mean, these ass polls, trust me, my ass polls are real. Maybe the Tucker Carlson stuff, they're not putting Tucker Carlson on the thumbnails. That's what's going on. Oh, here's one. The IDF soldiers running the Pentagon. Several, but they also did the 9/11 stuff because it's like, why are we, like, can anyone else please do this 9/11 coverage? Because, like, are we just going to forget Tucker Carlson's hack job, the propaganda that he did, saying that the January 6th insurrectionists were Antifa? He's not toast, though. He's relevant. He's somehow relevant because he's talking about 9/11. He's criticizing Charlie Kirk in softly criticizing Charlie Kirk in a way, or not criticizing Charlie Kirk, but criticizing his wife and making making the connection that, hey, there's an Israel connection there. So there's a lot of right. So here's another Tucker Carlson one, right? So here's another one. Then there's another one with 9/11. They were covering the Tucker Carlson 9/11 thing, but never in any of this coverage did they. Oh, here it is, right here. So that's 3 Tucker Carlson videos, and I've watched them all, and I can tell you, they never say, oh, caveat, Tucker Carlson is a historic liar, anti-Semite, grifter, lied profusely about January 6th and dozens and dozens of other things throughout his career. So now he's saying things that we like to hear about 9/11 and Jeffrey Epstein and Palestine. But, no, none of that, and Cenk Uygur, I guess, would defend that as we shouldn't be shaming. We should be more open, It's like with fascists, with conservatives who want to destroy us, who literally want us off the playing field. We got to play nice with them. I don't know, Cenk. I still don't understand his strategy when it comes to that, with treating conservatives with kid gloves. Welcome back, Seneca. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we're doing Gaza. Gaza. I can't wait. It's going to be great. We're going to build the Riviera in Gaza. It's going to be beautiful, folks. It's going to be beautiful. One of the most historic real estate opportunities mankind has ever seen. I still have a hard time understanding Tucker, to be honest. He's an heir to the Swanson's TV dinners, millions. He doesn't need the money. It honestly makes me think he's a true believer, despite the leaked text saying Trump's an idiot. Seriously don't know for sure, though, what his motivations are anymore. I believe, personally, he's a nihilist that just gets a kick out of stirring the pot. That he just thinks it's kind of funny, this is kind of a game. He does that maniacal, insane laugh, thinking about how, people listen, hang on his every word. And I bet he thinks it's really funny, the attention that he's getting from TYT, knowing all the damage that he's done. Welcome back, Seneca. Yeah, Gaza time. You picked a perfect time to come in, bud. Perfect time. This is a big day. Trump responds. Yeah, okay, so we got to talk about the peace treaty thing. Okay. Response to Hamas agreeing to release hostages pending conditions. I really don't like this guy. This guy actually does nursery rhymes and shit. It was, I think, this guy's idea to do a CNN for kids. So he's very, he speaks, in that kind of tone. I don't know if I want to hear him. Let's get a different one. Get somebody else here. Who are these yahoos? Okay, you got a bunch of yahoos. Yeah, let's do Al Jazeera here. Al Jazeera is going to give us the straight dope. Gaza hospitals in dire need. Palestinians and doctors struggle with severe shortages. All right, let's watch this. I better get my blur filter ready.
Hospitals across Gaza are being overwhelmed by the high number of people needing treatment. And here, in central Gaza, at Al-Aqsa Hospital, the pressure is greater than ever. Families displaced from the north have...
You think so, Ponder Monkey? You think so? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. Because, the more I watch TYT, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. What's the game? What's the connection? Why are we, laundering Tucker Carlson's image now just because he says a few things that we might agree with? As a person who totally believes that there's some funny business going on with 9/11, Tucker Carlson is the last human being next to Alex Jones that I want to see talking about it. You know what I mean? Unserious, connections to legit anti-Semites, all a big supporter of all the terrible things that we've seen, and then he's not a supporter sometimes, and he switches around and he plays games. Did a whole 2-part mini-series documentary about how the left is actually the ones who did January 6th, right? Yeah, thank you, Slotto. I almost totally forgot about the fucking pro-Russian propaganda that Tucker Carlson did, giving a blowjob to Putin, then going to a fucking Russian grocery store. You know what I mean? It's like the last motherfucker on planet Earth, and TYT just like lapping it up. Oh, that's great. Tucker said this, and then Dave Smith said this, and then Dave Smith said that. Oh, a right-winger said something was slightly maybe progressive, maybe. And it's one thing to cover that, because I'll cover that shit. But without context of, oh, hey, just a reminder, Tucker Carlson, dangerous propagandist and anti-Semite. By the way, history of anti-Semitism, hatred, all around creepy, weirdo Tucker Carlson, right? No context, just, hey, Tucker Carlson said this. Okay, okay. Any context to that? No, just wipe the slate clean, huh, on the entire career of Tucker Carlson until this moment, and just proceed forward. It's kind of a disservice. It's kind of a journalistic disservice, TYT, talking about Tucker Carlson, showing his contents, agreeing with him, Anna Kasparin agreeing with him, and I necessarily agree as well with some of the things that he's saying on some of these topics. But we're not going to do any analysis of his fucking motivations, his connections, his past. Really? We're just going to let him off the hook? You're trying to divide. You're trying to divide and conquer, and you just want to be negative, and you just want to shit on everybody. It's like, yeah, I shit on anti-Semites. I shit on fascists. I shit on Christo-nationalists, people people who believe in the Great Replacement theory. Yeah, I do shit on those people, Jank. And when those people start saying things that I agree with, you goddamn right I question their motivations as to why they're saying them. Tucker Carlson is not an honest actor. Who the fuck are we kidding? Let's get real. And I have yet to hear TYT do that even once. Not even the B team. I don't watch every video, obviously. But I haven't even heard the B team, John Idarola or anyone else say, oh, by the way, Tucker Carlson's an anti-Semite. Here's the things that he said at TPUSA just a few weeks ago that clearly indicate that he is. Dog whistling once again to the fucking Jewish conspiracy that they run everything.
Flooded south in search of safety. But with them have come wave after wave of people with injuries.
Seneca. Yeah.
We are in constant pain, and the doctors and nurses can't do much for us. We feel very down. Psychologically, we are very exhausted and tired. Now we wish for death. I don't know what else I can tell you. We are here outside the tent. There is not a single place in the tent, and it is very hot inside it. The tent is full of flies, mosquitoes, and blood. There are no medicines.
Every corner of this hospital is crammed.
And remember, the reason that Israel attacked hospitals and, deprives them of medicine and whatnot is not because of Hamas. It's so that it makes the place uninhabitable, right? If you get damaged, if you get sick, no one's there to help you. You might as well just leave. That's the environment that they want to perpetuate until these people finally do leave. So that's the goal, is to just crank that suffering up as much as possible, make the suffering feel inevitable and unstoppable, that it never ends, unending suffering, right? That's important. That's important to them.
The corridors, the floors are lined with patients. Doctors say they are treating far more people than this hospital was ever designed to handle. Tents have been set up here as makeshift wards. But far from easing the crisis, these two are buckling under demand.
There is a severe shortage of medical staff, severe shortage of doctors, of resources, of medicine, and maybe the thing we're gonna get the most is painkillers. Maybe it's not actual treatment.
It's hard to imagine with our precious innocent imagination what it looks and sounds like when a child undergoes an amputation without anesthetic. And it happens every single fucking day. Because that's what Israel wants. I don't know if I would encourage you to do so. And maybe it's already too late. But I can assure you, it's life-changing to witness and hear a child's limbs being cut off without anesthetic.
Inside these tents, doctors work with what little they have. We saw patients with serious wounds, fractures, even emergency procedures being carried out under canvas because inside, every bed is already taken.
Everyone suffers here in this place. Even the doctors and nurses suffer a lot because they want to help us, but they can't. Doctors don't even have the
Excellent
simple
job,
tools
Simply
needed
Steve.
for an operation. The winter is coming
Every
soon,
little bit helps.
and we don't know how our situations will be during the winter and the cold weather. We can buy nothing, literally nothing for our children. I have no money at all. I don't know what else I can say.
Medical teams say the shortages they face are crippling. Supplies of essential drugs are running out. There aren't enough doctors, and oxygen and anesthetics are in short supply. For displaced families, the journey south was meant to bring safety, but instead, they find hospitals unable to cope with the relentless tide of injuries and need.
And this constant shifting north, south, this is also a tactic to make things untenable. You can't get comfortable. Everywhere is dangerous. Even though we tell you it's a safe zone, we'll still attack it. No one's gonna save you. Right? International community isn't coming for you. Your only choice is to follow our commands.
The few hospitals left are operating beyond their capacities. These tents are packed, and even patients with life-threatening conditions are being treated here because there's nowhere else to go. Hind al-Khudari, Al Jazeera, Al-Aqsa Hospital, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, Palestine.
Don't miss out.
Yeah, Simply Steve, if you think the Justice Department is going to come to your rescue, boy, you got more faith in it than I do. So let's get an analysis here of the peace plan. This is Global News. A closer look at the Gaza plan. Will it bring peace to the region? Spoiler alert, no, it won't. The reason why, nice pronunciation. Yeah, that was really bad. I know, I'm sorry. Female eunuchs over here, damn, listening to every syllable. What, you got me in headphones? Jesus Christ. Give me a break. No, don't give me a break, actually. I meant the reporter. Oh, okay. I'm done. It's over for me. I quit. I've been Luigi.
Number one.
I'm gonna be Luigi.
Shut the fuck up.
That's good advice. I flushed my. Yes, I do. I deserve it. But no, back to this peace plan. There's actually, all we need to do is look back just a couple months to the last peace plan, quote unquote, to see how ridiculous it is, right? What is this? It's a tactic to buy more time, to add legitimacy to Israel's actions. While they pretend to participate in this process, they crank up the brutality, they crank up the terrorism. They continue to offer the Palestinians a binary choice, leave or die, and then they pretend they put on a front for the international community. We're just trying to negotiate. What we're going to see is what Israel always does, is inject a poison pill and make the negotiations just totally impossible and untenable for the other side. Some are saying that Donald Trump isn't Joe Biden, and he's actually sick and fucking tired of Bibi making him look like a cuck. That he's not as weak as Joe Biden is, and he's not going to allow Bibi Netanyahu to scuttle this because, Trump wants this. He wants his peace prize. I did it. I fixed the Middle East. He wants his golden statue. I did it. It's me. Donald Trump did it. And he doesn't appreciate Bibi Netanyahu pretending that he wants some kind of two-state solution, pretending that they want some kind of peace, while furthering the invasion of the West Bank and completing the eradication of the people in the Gaza Strip. Exactly, female eunuchs. So there's a chance, you know, but honestly, I think ultimately there he is. Fucking Bezos, man. He's gonna get me. It's only a matter of time. He's gonna get me. Every time I hit start stream, I play a game with Jeff Bezos. I play a Deadly Saw game with Jeff Bezos. Checking on donators for some of the names in the donor lookup, and I was curious for Zoran. I think you might like to see it. Apparently, dude has been giving $100,000 not gained given to a homeless shelter chain, $200 to some unemployed person, and a bunch of random transactions to random people whose names I don't recognize. Around the $20 or $40 range, dude might legit be giving more to people than came in his campaign fund. Telling you, man. Democratic socialism is the future of America. People want democratic socialism, but they just don't know it. And we just have to deliver this message. We have to let people know there is another way to do leftist liberalism politics. It's not just Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and the fucking fart patrol. Right. We can be dynamic. We can present policy. You know, we can actually go after criminals and arrest criminals and follow international law. Whole fucking world's investing in gold, if only to deny McD gold and iron. No, they're doing it because they know the truth. And the truth is that the whole damn situation is on pins and needles. The stock market. Oh, it's so high. Everyone's making so much fucking money. It's the orgy before the storm, before the fucking crash. It's the orgy before the crash, right? Anybody that knows what they're talking about when it comes to the economy is like, something ain't right. I can't tell you when. I can't tell you exactly what. Everyone has kind of their own theory, right? Oh, it's the bond market. Oh, it's real estate. Oh, credit doesn't look good. People are way, oh, the overvaluation of the market is something we should look at. Oh, look at this, look at that, right? Everyone has their own indicator. But everyone is in agreement that something is not right with, Wall Street making an insane amount of money while everyone like small businesses and medium-sized businesses are folding up. Main Street having all kinds of problems with the tariffs to fund the fart patrol. You know it. All right, so let's get to it. The peace plan. Like I said, there's maybe a chance Donald Trump has more backbone than Bibi Netanyahu. But there's also a chance that Bibi Netanyahu has the good shit, has the Jeffrey Epstein tape. And, I'm sorry, Donald, I didn't want to bring this up. Hits play, right? Pulls out a laptop, hits play, doesn't say anything, just sits down at the table, opens up a laptop, hits play. I didn't want to have to bring this up, Donald. We're going to finish Gaza, and you're going to let us finish Gaza, then hits play, right? Oh, yeah, that's that video of that 14-year-old girl that looks like my daughter jerking me off. Oh, shit. Oh, that's not good. That is a legitimate thing. Good to hear that they're still normal Americans. Are you talking about me? Oh, Lordy. No, honey. No, honey. God save me. I'm so not normal.
A U.S. drafted proposal to end the nearly 2-year-long war in Gaza appears to be another step closer to reality after Hamas agreed to release hostages.
They agreed to one thing, and they basically did a yes but, which is, I think I heard an analyst on CBC talking about this, that it's apparently a thing that in negotiations it's called a yes but.
And accept some of the plan's terms, but not all of them.
Right.
Laura Blumenfeld is a Mideast analyst with Johns Hopkins and previously served as a senior policy advisor at the U.S. State Department's Israeli-Palestinian negotiating team. Laura, wonderful to speak with you this weekend. Right. Before we get to the news...
She has not read those books. Come on, dog. Those books are for show. Who wants to bet? Who wants to bet those books are minty clean? Hasn't cracked the spine on a single one of them. I guarantee it, dude. They look good though.
From Friday night, I wanted to get your take on this proposal that the Trump administration put forward. Originally 21 points, but then pared back to a 20-point plan. What were your insights on that?
Well, the word of the moment is momentum. The plan creates something that we've never seen before, which is a day after plan, something tangible that folks can point to. The concern, though, however, is that the parties are not really singing from the same song sheet. It's literally been an evolving document. The Arab world accepted it, and the Islamic leaders, they had regional buy-in, which was a great thing.
Well, the momentum on the whole Charlie Kirk, thing died down once a couple more right wingers did a couple more mass shootings. How many did we have? 6 last week. Like 4 of them were right wing politically motivated, and the other 2 that was like non-political or whatever. But yeah, the fucking like left wing violence, and then 5 seconds later, a right winger shoots up a church.
But then Netanyahu made some edits
law books?
just before Trump
Just for
announced it.
reference.
And now the Palestinian group Hamas has said that they accept it. But again, it's very different terms. They're all looking at the same document and they see different things.
It's Hamas's
So
fault.
Hamas accepted the plan, but it stopped short of giving in to a call for disarmament. How much of a roadblock could that be?
Well, their answer was a yes, but, when is
All
no,
right.
not a no? When Trump says it's a yes, Trump accepted it. And
I knew I was going to trigger all the smarty pants in the chat about the books. You're probably right. It's just for referencing legal stuff. But honestly, though, in the new Trump world, throw these fucking books away. You know what I mean? It's like, or maybe just add unless Trump says so to every different law and reference, right? It's illegal to kill people unless Trump says so. It's illegal to rape children unless Trump says so. Yep. Okay. Maybe that's just all you need to do. Just a quick modification to your legal book, and then you're good to go. The law applies to you, but not Donald Trump. Okay. The law applies to me, not Donald Trump. Okay.
really the only person who has the kind of push here and leverage to get the Israelis to agree as well. So it doesn't really matter what's actually
Simply
been
Steve.
put forward. It's just whether Trump
It's a fun
is
story.
commanding the Israelis,
a
stop
little
the
over the
bombing,
top.
as he said, and Israel said, yes, sir.
So this is obviously a crucial step to getting
books are
hostages
better, I think.
released, but
Man in High
Hamas
Castle
has said in the
than the
past
show.
it's not going to be an easy task. Do we still believe that the group might not know where all of the hostages are, whether they're alive or dead?
I think most of the hostages who are living are accounted for. The
Trump
trickier
v.
piece is
America.
the
That's the new
hostages
president.
who
Yeah,
have died
pretty much.
months or perhaps even years ago and are buried. Abu Marzouk, who's one of the oldest living Hamas leaders, he's missed several assassination attempts, has been speaking for the group and said that it could take days, if not months, to find where, bring up the bones. That could be used as a stalling tactic. And so the Israelis are rushing negotiators to Egypt, to the
Okay. All right. Let's get some more analysis here. In the end, is the end of the war in sight 4 hours ago? Here's Al Jazeera. So we got kind of the mainstream kind of Israel's honestly trying to find peace perspective. So let's get the more cynical, more realistic point of view that Israel's intention is genocide. Israel's intention is erasure. The goal is to remove Gaza, right? West Bank would be nice. Maybe we can't get the West Bank, but we're definitely getting Gaza. That's a guarantee. Israel is not going to give up. They're not going to give back the Gaza Strip to the Palestinian people. Who the fuck are we kidding? Is a civil war really likely, or just in the United States? That's a complicated question. I will say, if there's a percentage likelihood of a civil war, that percentage continues to go up and up and up. I don't know where that percentage is. I'll also say this. Donald Trump is eagerly creating the political environment that would then create a civil war. Donald Trump does seem intent on making leftism illegal, making leftist politics illegal, and installing himself and people that are close to him as emperors, dictators, kings of America, redefining America, from a democracy into a dictatorship, into a kingdom, into into a more, direct empire, whatever you want to call it, autocracy, whatever. I don't know. Pick your word. He's creating that environment that would necessitate a civil war. Yeah. Will we get there? I mean, so here's the thing. It's wild to think about this. The only thing that's really holding back Donald Trump is his incredible incompetence, his incredible narcissism. He stone cold believes his economic ideas are gold, baby, gold. I know it. I'm so hot right now. My ideas are so hot right now, right? And if he wasn't tanking the economy, a grand majority of corporations and rich, influential people would just be totally for this fascist dictatorship. They wouldn't say a peep. The only thing that's really providing any kind of resistance to his desire to be a dictator is his own economic incompetence. So once he's gone, once he dies, and then J.D. Vance sits in the pilot seat, gets rid of all the tariff nonsense, doubles down on the fascism, welcome to fucking civil war. Right? Because the war against the left isn't going anywhere. Stephen Miller isn't going to go anywhere. I think there's a good chance. J.D. Vance keeps Stephen Miller, keeps Tom Hooman. We noticed that over here too. It's just a shame how quickly respected country has transformed to a series of the USA did this shit today, and then no one trusted anymore. It's a shame. We have to get over the shock though. Right, and we have to get into that mode of like, okay, this is what we're living with, and how do we live with that? How do we cope with that? It's a lot to process, right? The destruction of the systems around us that we've grown up and grown to depend on. But we need to, we got to get over that shock, and we got to start the process of fighting back against this. How do we do that? It's so overwhelming. What do I do? What do I do? It's simple. Calm down. I have a 3-step program. If you don't know what to do, step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we do here. Step 2, we sign up, show up. We find an organization. We use the big list of protests right here. The blop, the motherfucking blop, the goddamn blip blop. Okay, we sign up and show up. That's step 2. And then step 3, we put in the work like Charlie Kirk used to. We won't talk about that. All right. But don't worry. So it's just that simple. We inform ourselves, we sign up and show up, and then we put in the work. That's how you be a political activist. You don't need to be Martin Luther King. You don't need to be Batman, right? It's actually quite simple. But if you choose not to, then you acquiesce to a dictatorship that wants to control who you have sex with, wants to control your religion, wants to control your political orientation, wants to control your beliefs in human rights and child abuse. They want to control everything. Also, they want to work you into the ground, by the way. They also want to make your life a living hell where you get like 1 hour of free time a week, et cetera, et cetera. They want to install chips into you, track your every movement. That's what Peter Thiel wants. Literally talks about it. Literally talks about how that's going to make Larry Ellison talking about how that's going to make society so much better if we can just chip you and track everybody. We're all going to be on our best behavior, as he said. That's your choice. Acquiesce to full-blown dystopian fascism, or meekly show up to a protest and donate to an activist group that you think is progressive and socially democratic. Choose. I don't know. Both sides, and both sides. Are you going to be saying both sides on your way to the concentration camp? If you would, I would just prefer you to shut up. I mean, what's the definition of fascism? Oh, are we here yet? Oh, okay, I'll get out. Okay, do I just go right into the gas chamber, or no? Do I go? Okay. Let me just know. What is the definition of fascism? Oh, I need to take my clothes off. Okay, no problem. They're just going to get clean in the showers.
On how Israeli forces.
All right, so let's get to it. Al Jazeera.
Hamas has said yes to parts of Donald Trump's plan on Gaza. And the U.S. president tells Israel to stop bombing the Strip. Now, negotiations will seek to
Government is
implement
still
the
shut down,
plan.
John Axel.
So are they?
Donald Trump golfed today. That was his big agenda item. He went to the golf course. Yeah. He thinks Chuck Schumer's going to capitulate. And you know what? There's a good fucking chance I'm going to laugh, dude. I'm just going to fucking laugh. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to be in the grocery store reading headlines. And I'm just going to get down on my knees and Joker laugh and fucking, pee my pants, dude. When I see Chuck Schumer. Okay, we're voting for it. Okay, we tried. Okay, we're going to give up. Okay, look for the headline. Look for the headline. Man has an emotional breakdown and urinates himself in the grocery store in Canada. It's going to happen.
Likely to work? And can the war finally come to an end?
Okay.
This is Inside.
I'm going to be the next guy going down, like, whacking it, getting like the Coney 2012 guy, okay? I'm going to get totally naked, start whacking my dick, walking down Vancouver, okay? That's me, dude. That's me, bro. That's what's going to happen when I read Chuck Schumer capitulating a second time to the Republicans.
Story.
Yes, that's what I promise you. I promise you. I'm gonna get totally naked and jerk my dick in public. I'm a little frustrated, guys.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Danny Navigado. Negotiations are due to begin in Cairo.
I was supporting the Gaza thing. Then they said I won't get my hotel. So you know what? Fuck them. Fuck them. That's what I say. Free Palestine. Free Palestine, everybody. They won't give me my hotel, so free Palestine. There's at least a small chance that could happen, okay?
That the President of the United States says may bring about an end to the war on Gaza. Hamas has largely agreed to Donald Trump's peace plan, but with major caveats. So has the Israeli Prime Minister. But the details have yet to be agreed, including on how Israeli forces withdraw and who's to govern the Strip. So is it possible to draw up a plan that all sides can agree to?
Wear the little thing
what
around
would
your
an
neck.
interim government look like? And what does all of this mean for the Palestinian people? We'll put these questions to our guests, but first, this report from Imogen Kimber.
US President Trump says this could be the beginning of the end of Israel's 2-year war on Gaza, as Hamas agrees to most of his 20-point peace plan.
It's happy news. It saves those who are still alive. Thank God Hamas agreed. But what is left? Nothing. We're living in a desert, but thank God after all.
We are happy that the war will stop because we are tired of hunger, displacement, and bloodshed.
This is incredibly tragic. This literally happened last year. Does anyone remember when this happened last year? When Hamas agreed to a ceasefire and there was celebration in the streets and yada, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like last year, almost around the same time, maybe even. I'm telling you, it's just a tactic to buy time and legitimacy. There's no intention whatsoever of giving back the Gaza Strip to the Palestinians. Even if the Palestinian Authority agrees to completely take over security obligations, even if the international community says, Israel, you don't have to do anything. We'll provide the security so that there's no more Hamas. We'll feed the people, et cetera, et cetera. We'll do all these things. Israel would never, ever agree. Never. They'll never agree to it. They'll never give back Gaza. Never.
We want to regain the feeling of safety and to return to our homes.
Hamas says it will release the remaining captives, those living and the bodies of the dead.
Yeah.
But Israel
Female
needs to
eunuchs,
withdraw from the
exactly.
Strip and allow aid in to stop the famine. Implementing this is subject to negotiation. Hamas says it will surrender power in Gaza, but it must only be governed by Palestinians, rejecting the idea of an international transitional authority.
We will never.
Iran doesn't have the money or resources to do anything substantive. Israel could roll over Gaza and the West Bank, and Iran will ultimately do nothing but complain.
Accept anyone out, not Palestinian, to control the Palestinian. This is but
Chicken
this does not belong
nuggets.
to Hamas only. This belongs.
Check it out, though. It's like Korean chicken nuggets. It's like It's the good stuff. It looks like salt, pepper, and lemon. Hell yeah, boy.
One of the Palestinian and the Palestinian Authority. We can't bring someone
Seneca,
like Tony Blair to be governor in Gaza.
Iran, Iran isn't going to save the day. They're not. The fact of the matter is that Iran is corrupt. The Hezbollah strategy has totally failed. They have not projected power successfully. They have not intimidated successfully. They'll be lucky to hold on to their own sovereignty by the end of this. Like, Israel sees them as an open opportunity to take, sometime in the future. Beaks and feet. You guys are so cynical. There's only a couple beaks in there.
Hamas also says it will not disarm at the moment, something Israel has requested.
Hell yeah, Lenny.
If the occupation
Living the life.
And the Palestinians control themselves, and there is a Palestinian state, Hamas no longer gonna have any kind of weapon. That's what we said from the beginning. We don't need the weapon if there is no occupation.
Trump says this is a historical moment.
This is a very special day, maybe unprecedented in many ways. It is unprecedented. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East. And we're very close to achieving that. Thank you all, and everybody will be treated fairly.
Trump also ordered Israel to immediately stop the bombardment. But Israel did not. It continued drone strikes and has killed more people, including several children, since the president's request.
That's how it works.
On X, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israeli troops will be able to remain.
So the timeline is usually, okay, wait either for Hamas to just publicly say we disagree, or wait a certain amount of time. If the negotiations are actually being, successful and unfruitful, Israel will go too far. They'll bomb a hospital or bomb a refugee camp, make it just totally untenable to even negotiate, and just poison pill the whole thing. And then, of course, all their proxies in the media, Hamas, they deserved it, human shields, and then if you really push them, they'll be like, well, I support Israel, but I don't support Bibi, and Bibi's bad. And if we just got rid of Bibi, wouldn't that be nice? And then everything will be roses. So that's usually the timeline of things that we'll see here. They're never ever going to allow a coalition of the willing to create a security bubble in the Gaza Strip so that people can start rebuilding. But Hamas would be, look, you're not allowed to govern, you're not allowed to have a presence there. We can't do anything about you, quote unquote, existing as a group of weirdos in Qatar. Nothing we can do about that. But you're not allowed to, because the coalition of the willing would have to provide police that would arrest people that are still supporting Hamas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you would need to create security. Bibi would never allow it. Oh, it's impossible. It's impossible. And then, of course, the ultimate argument would be, like, we can't allow it to succeed, because if we allow Palestine to succeed, if we allow Palestine to grow, it's only a matter of time before the Palestinians, who hate us to the core, who are anti-Semitic to the core, it's only a matter of time before they attack us outright. So why would we give our, enemies to the death, Amalek? Why would we give Amalek strength, the ability to rebuild, right? That's ultimately the argument, which is always annihilation. It's always annihilation. Anytime you see any kind of effort to peace, it's just to appease Morning Joe. It's just to appease ABC and CBS, et cetera, so that and BBC, so that they can once again get in front of the camera and go, are we doing a two-state solution this time? Oh, well, this time there's a good chance we'll get a two-state solution. I heard we were going to do a two-state solution. Yeah, two-state solution sounds really good. Without any analysis of the history or the context, only on Al Jazeera and TYT and other independent places. But the mainstream narrative is, oh, this sounds really promising, and two-state solution. Maybe we should give Donald Trump a peace prize. Blah, 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 blah. La La Land. La La Land. And that fiction is perpetuated to buy more time so Bibi can kill and make it more untenable. It literally, like the same, like it's like this shit happened last year. You know, like we don't even need to go back decades or anything here. We need to go back just a couple days and you can see an example of them following this template.
In parts of Gaza. What happens next will depend on what's agreed when negotiations are held in Cairo. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
We'll talk to our guests in a moment, but first, let's go to Noor al-Saqa. She's a resident of Gaza. That's where she's joining us from. Noor, thanks for your time.
Wait, so we're going to speak to a Gazan citizen? What if they're Hamas? What if they say something we don't like? What if they blow themselves up live on TV? We can't do this. We can't speak to a citizen, a Palestinian. Do you know how dangerous that could be? You're going to show your face to a Palestinian, they could remember who you are and then cut your head off later. That's how scary they are. Okay, for the first time in human history, let's speak to a Gazan, a person who lives in Gaza, a citizen. Let's see what they actually have to say. You should be scared.
We'll talk to our guests in a moment, but first, let's go to Noor al-Saqa. She's a resident of Gaza. That's where she's joining us from.
How do we prevent more October 7th?
Thanks for your time.
I have a direct answer to that question. It's not a gotcha for me. The way that we prevent terrorism is we provide a happy and healthy middle and lower class to the Palestinian people. We remove the factors that create the necessity for terrorism, right? That's why I talk about, like, we need a coalition of willing. We need to occupy the Gaza Strip, create a security bubble, right? Provide police and security, and, you know, so that these things can be rebuilt. Create a corridor between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip so that the Palestinians can continue, you know, and then eventually hold elections, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the only way to stop the terrorism, is to stop treating Gaza like an open air prison. Start treating Palestinians like human beings. That's how you prevent terrorism. You know, it's inherently racist and bigoted to think that these people are somehow more hateful than your average human being. That's not the case. Are they fans of Israel? No, you're not going to find a lot of Palestinian fans of Israel. But you will find lots of Palestinians that are perfectly okay ignoring Israel, not dealing with Israel, not attacking Israel, and just being a country, you know, and just, we don't have to even talk about it. Right? You're just those folks over there, and we're over here. We're doing our olives. We're fishing in our ocean. You know, we're doing our own thing. We're not bottle rocket. You know, we're not doing none of that. We're just ignoring you. You're ignoring us. A grand majority of Palestinians would be perfectly okay with that setup. Okay? But that's where you need the coalition of the willing to have a police state come in and say, you know, not the police state, but like, security, right, that provides police services. You know, so when you get the guys who are like, no, Hamas, no, we got to kill. No, you got to go, buddy. You got to go. You're going to go to jail for that shit. No, we can't have that shit. We're trying to create peace here. Oh, Hamas, right? Because there will be the Gazan, there will be Palestinians that are like, no, let's go, you know. That's our only answer. That's our only opportunity. We got to go. Attack. They need to be arrested for incitement. They, you know, and like, not forever, not executed. But it's like, no, we're focusing on rebuilding our homes. We're focusing on providing education for the kids. We're focusing on these things. We're not focusing on, giving Bibi Netanyahu everything that he needs to justify our annihilation. Thanks, Hamas, but no thanks. Useful idiots, Hamas over there, basically working for Bibi Netanyahu, providing him with the fucking justification he needs to annihilate these people. Right? I've shown it many times. Palestinians screaming to the heavens how much they hate Hamas because they see the connection. They see that the bad decisions made by this theocratic group of terrorists is negatively impacting them, right? This is not resistance. So that's how you defeat, that's how you prevent October 7th. To get back to your question, that's how you prevent October 7th, is you provide, you treat Palestinians like human beings, but you provide security. You create a happy, healthy middle and lower class in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that would help as well. But the immediate issue around the Gaza Strip, right? Like, how do we do it? How do we do it? You know, it's like, well, there's actually solutions. And by the way, this is not foreign. We did this after World War II with Germany and Japan. Completely occupied those countries. Outside resources being put into those countries to create security, slowly allowing the people of those countries to then take over, right? Sensible elements, not Nazi elements, to take over as government, and then slowly back away and relinquish power. So yeah, so we've done these fucking things before. The reason why we don't hear about them, the reason why they're not talked about, is because the people that are in charge, the people that are doing this, the United States, the Western Alliance, Israel, have no appetite for treating Palestinians like human beings. It's a big show. It's a big fucking show. And it's all meant to buy time to allow for the erasure of Palestine. It's to keep the fucking flames going.
We'll talk to our guests in a minute. From Noor, thanks for your time. So there must be cautious optimism in Gaza. That's what we're hearing. How are people feeling?
Thank you for having me.
UN, Coalition of the Willing. It's all moot. You know, it's all moot because the players in the game have no inclination whatsoever to do that, right? They're talking about building hotels on the Gaza Strip. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about coalitions of the willing, UN stepping in, security bubble. They're not talking about any of that shit. Marshall Plan. No. They're talking about, you know, the plan to get fucking paid. You know, Kushner, Jared Kushner over there, can't fucking wait to build a house on a graveyard. Sick motherfuckers.
Thank you for having me. People have, I think, people in Gaza generally have gone through horrors during this genocide that it feels almost unreal that a mere discussion on a ceasefire is happening at the moment. We're cautiously waiting what's to happen next, but the most important thing for everyone in Gaza Strip is for this genocide to end, for this bloodshed to stop. Up until yesterday, where the roads between
check out DJ Genocide over here. Yo, he's got the speaker. He's like, hell yeah, boy.
Gaza has been split again by Israeli forces to the north and the south, marking a very dangerous step towards what is to happen next, because it feels like this is a vicious cycle that's repeating itself, where Israeli forces have done this before. Back in October 2023, splitting the strip in half. Yet now we're forced to move to the south, to areas that were shrinking by Israeli military displacement orders and the constant bombardment and complete ethnic cleansing of so many parts of southern Gaza, including whole cities like Rafah, for example.
The point that Seneca, I mean, you know, to everybody else in the chat, the point that I try to make is that, you know, the Israel and Barry Weiss types like to present like there's no other alternative than what Israel is doing. And what I like to point out is that, no, that's ludicrous. There's actually examples in history, and there's plenty of smart people who could come up with a modern Marshall Plan, modern security plan, coalition of the willing. You know, you provide this, you know, France provides this, you know, America provides that, UK provides that. Like, there's options on the table. The reason why they're not discussed, it's intentional, the reasons why they're not discussed. And that's because Western media that is ultimately going along with this theater to buy time for these empires to continue with the erasure of Palestine, right? That's why you only hear this stuff on alternative media. You don't hear this stuff on mainstream media.
So yeah, everyone is cautious.
Noor, and in
hoping
terms
for-
of the
for a
bombing,
ceasefire.
Impartial American, one thing that you seem to either be intentionally or unintentionally doing is you are forgetting the West and Israel's participation in terrorizing the Palestinian people from the very beginning, since the 1940s, since the first Nakba. You seem to be saying that this is a historical problem that will never go away. Certainly, having a country after World War II like Britain come in and say, okay, this is your new country on someone else's land, like they did in the 1940s. Certainly that would be a good place to start when talking about, okay, where do these, what actually happened here? Now, I don't believe that Israel should go away. I believe 1948. Thank you. I believe in the 1967. I believe two-state solution, right? The 1967 borders. Israel is here. There's nothing we can do about it. We have to deal with that. I don't believe any of that lefty stuff. I don't think that's very productive. People who are unironically saying from the river to the sea when talking about eradicating Israel. I don't believe in it. I think that's ridiculous, right? It's a two-state solution. That's really the only viable option here. But I don't think we don't need to go back to biblical days, because that's exactly what Israel wants, right? They want to go so far back in history. They want to say, technically we were here first, which is ridiculous. They'd be like, Genghis Khan or something coming back from history and saying, oh, well, technically, the Mongols had this 4 million years ago, so it's actually ours. It's totally ludicrous, right? And the conversation should be starting where Israel was created in 1948. Thank you, Lenny. That's really where the discussion needs to start. The first Nakba, when so much territory was taken, and of course the settler colonialism, that the decades and decades of settler colonialism since 1948 that we've seen. Those are the most relevant topics. Israel takes and takes and takes and kills and kills and kills, and it's always someone else's fault. It's always another country, another entity. Oh, it was Arab Sharab or whatever the fuck his name was, right? The head of the Palestinian Authority 40 years ago. It was this, it was that. It's Hamas now. When really the discussion should be, okay, throughout history, we've seen Israel inject poison pills in negotiations, reject good ideas, reject any attempt at a legitimate two-state solution, always barreling forward with the erasure of Palestine. And here we see it more blatant than ever, literally with their politicians saying, this is the plan. This has always been the plan. Celebrate, celebrate. We're about to finish the plan. Okay. So, if you want to talk about this, you want to go all the way back 3 million years and talk about when, the Jewish people were there before the Palestinians. I don't think that's as relevant as going back to 1948, the beginning of this experiment, and finding resolution there, because we need to discuss the crimes of those specific crimes to talk about how, because we have to justify telling the settlers to leave. We have to justify Israel giving back the territory and making accommodations for Palestine. And the only way to do that is to discuss history in its proper context. Starting at 1948, the creation of Israel with the first Nakba, etc., etc. Only then can we have an honest discussion about, okay, how much does Israel need to give back? And I think we just go back to the 1967 agreement. right? This is, you know, creates a corridor between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Tens of thousands of settlers are going to have to leave, right? A bunch of territory is going to have to be given back. The Golan Heights need to be given back, I believe, to Syria, or Jordan. Which one is it? Right? So enjoy your show later. Okay, I'm so glad I wasted so much time with you. I'm so fucking glad. All right, let's move on.
In terms of the bombing, what are you seeing and hearing on the ground? Because we understand that Trump told Israel to stop the bombing.
I wish that was true, but unfortunately, I have heard bombings since yesterday. According to the Ministry of Health, there's been tens of people killed, arriving to the very overwhelmed and collapsed.
But what about 300 BC, though? I mean, I know you're showing me an image of total devastation, but what if we go back 3 million years before the Palestinians were there, huh? You ever think about that? Yeah, I didn't think so. Got him.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
You're the bad guys.
Remaining hospitals in the Strip. So the situation is still extremely dire. People are still getting killed in every single shape and form. The living conditions are beyond horrific.
But Hamas. Slam dunk. But Hamas. That's my Asmund Gold impression.
But I think if you ask anyone, the top priority right now is for the mass indiscriminate killing of Israel needs to stop.
But Hamas.
And there is a huge urgency, of course, for humanitarian aid to come into the Strip for food, medication, all these desperately needed supplies. How desperate is the humanitarian situation right now?
100%. The problem with the humanitarian situation is that it keeps getting worse. As Israeli forces intensify their targets and bombings to various health facilities, like the very few remaining health facilities across the Strip, they're further depriving people of their access to healthcare. And right now, we're witnessing, like during this famine, people are in desperate need for access to health care. So many are dying, and in various ways, just because they cannot simply access a hospital. I mean, patients are on the floors, and the problem is that there's a huge lack of resources. It's a scarcity in every single shape and form, whether it's food, fuel that is running desalination plants for producing water, for transportation, for everything. Everything is extremely scarce. Hundreds of thousands of people are crammed in less than 15% of Gaza Strip, according to the UN. And
last news I heard about Lisa Cook is that they tried and so far have failed at getting her to resign and forcing her to leave her job. So I think she's still there.
This on itself, every single aspect of the living conditions on its own is a humanitarian crisis. And what we're seeing in Gaza is like the weaponization of every single aspect of those basic life necessities, whether it's...
Okay, so we know all this, right? No offense to this person, but we are well aware of what the hell is happening there. Let's get a different part of the segment here. Let's get to the analysis segment. I'm gonna let her finish. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Your country's under siege and being destroyed by. Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna let her finish. Let's get to some other people. Come on.
Bringing our guest joining us from Montreal is Moraine Rabbani, who's a researcher and analyst and co-editor at online magazine Jadaliyya. In London, Yossi Mekelberg is a political analyst and senior consulting fellow at Chatham House. In Copenhagen, Mohammed Shahade is an analyst from Gaza and
I think I saw a speech funded by Chatham House once.
Senior fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Welcome to the program. Thanks for your time. Moraine Rabbani, what do you make of Hamas's response to Trump's Gaza plan?
Here we go.
Well, Hamas had been placed between a very large rock and a very hard place, and it needed to find a way to respond to Trump's proposal and ultimatum that would be viewed as sufficiently constructive so as not to be interpreted as a rejection. And I think it succeeded in doing so, in part by playing to Trump's vanity and thanking him personally for issuing this proposal. But at the same time, they essentially accepted what they have previously already accepted and either ignored or called for clarifications or deferred to a Palestinian national consensus and international law on those elements which they have not previously accepted. It seems to have done the trick because Washington has now announced that negotiations will resume in Cairo about the details of what had already been a very vague agreement. I think the ball is now very much in Washington's court. Will it indeed this time compel Israel to follow through on this?
Right. So that's kind of like what I was saying, right? Does Trump actually have more sack to apply pressure to Bibi Netanyahu? And it's like, well, does he have the tape? Does Bibi have the tape? Because like if we see Trump back down, then we know Bibi has the tape. Because he's like, he's not going into the West Bank. It's not happening. I'm not happy with Bibi. You know, he says something on the phone and then he blows more people up. And it's like, what the hell? You're making me look bad. I'm trying to get the Nobel Peace Prize, Bibi. So if he backs away from all that and he just like, I'm supporting Israel, he just like keeps it really short and really simple. And he's like, I'm just supporting Israel. That's all I know is that Israel can do no wrong. You know, if we see him change his tune like that, it's not Trump doing the weave. It's Trump, you know, getting confirmation that Bibi has the tape.
Or will Israel once again, as it did in January, February, as it did with the Iran nuclear negotiations, be allowed to sabotage them with the support of Washington?
Yossi, do you agree that the ball is in Washington's court? I mean, the next few days are going to be crucial, right, to iron out the details of this plan. There are so many players right now. So whose court is the ball in?
Yeah, whose court
I
is the ball in?
completely agree with Moin that at the end of the day, the ball is in Washington court. We saw it, as Moin mentioned earlier, when the first ceasefire in January, even before Trump was inaugurated, he wanted it just before he becomes president to have an agreement. Unfortunately, it was violated by Israel on March. And then we saw it with the war with Iran, that when Trump said enough is enough, then Israel stopped the bombing of Iran. So I think that's important to look at. And when Trump says yesterday that the airstrike should stop also in Gaza, yes, it didn't completely stop, but there's even the Israelis admit that there is a reduction in military operations in Gaza and the move.
So I mean, they'll placate a little bit, but they're not going to fully capitulate. They're not, this is just buying time. This is just buying time, and Trump needs to do something substantive to really get Israel to budge here. But if we don't see that happen, then we know he's got the tape of him getting JO'd by a 14-year-old.
From offensive to more defensive points. So this is it. But at the same time,
thank you, Nova Writer.
We have two sides now that are actually fighting from a leadership point of view for their future relevance, whether they can survive politically beyond the ceasefire. And they will be jockeying for position throughout this negotiation. So I don't think we should underestimate their ability to sabotage such an agreement. We know in the case of Hamas, whether if they agree to the decommissioning of weapons, if they agree to leave the Strip, then they lose relevance in Palestinian politics. If Netanyahu agrees to this agreement, at the end of the day, he might lose the support of some of his coalition partners, and he will have to rely on the opposition that he has for this agreement. But then it will probably...
Because, like, what are we talking about, right? What are we wasting our time on? Coulda, shoulda, woulda, maybe. And then the suffering continues, that, more time is bought. What did you say? I was making some food. That's about it.
If it was followed by the election. So they will try to improve their position as they negotiate.
Okay, we're going to come back to these points, but let me bring in Mohammed Hadim.
Okay, hopefully this guy's the cynic. Can we get somebody who's going to give us a little reminder here of the history of these negotiations? Because like every time we've done this, at least twice, okay, and every time it's like, it could be. Like, really, do we forget who we're dealing with here?
The devil is in the details, isn't it? We know that Hamas has agreed, according to their statement, to release the captives, those that have been killed and those that are alive. But the captives have been their only bargaining chip so far. Is it likely to give up on them that easily, some people ask?
No, you're right, Darine. So basically what Hamas is saying is we are ready to release the captives immediately if Israel agrees to the two principles, that a ceasefire actually means a ceasefire, not just when Palestinians seize and Israel fires, as Rifat al-Hariri used to put it. So it means an end to the war. And number two, full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza to the last soldier. Everything else can be discussed in the negotiations, but those are the two basic principles that it's very difficult to compromise on, because if you have any presence of the IDF inside Gaza, it means the continuation of the genocide. And if you have Israel saying we will only suspend offensive operations or we will suspend the bombing, they can get around it in all sorts of ways. So this morning, for example, Israel said we suspended the offensive operations, we will maintain only defensive operations. It practically meant absolutely nothing. The bombing is still continuing.
No, defensive means that they just shoot kids in the leg instead of the nuts. That's all.
Still shelling, arbitrary firing of machine guns into areas that are densely populated. And you have Israeli government officials until now telling people in northern Gaza, leave or you will die. We will consider every last one of you to be a terrorist and you will be dealt with accordingly. So as long as you don't have those two principles guaranteed, it's very difficult to see the release of the hostages or the captives in Gaza being secured.
Yeah. Okay, Maureen, Hamas says that it's ready to hand Gaza's administration to an independent Palestinian technocratic body backed by Arab states. How serious of a proposal is that, do you think? Or is that some sort of strategic move?
Yeah, come on.
Well, this is a key point because the proposal basically wanted to make Tony Blair, of all people, the colonial viceroy of the Gaza Strip. Essentially, he and Jared Kushner and Larry Ellison would turn it into some kind of digital dystopia. And Hamas has made very clear that the Gaza Strip should be governed by Palestinians. It has already some time ago accepted that those Palestinians would not include Hamas. But the key issue now is, will Gaza be administered? Will it be governed by Palestinian civil servants and municipal clerks on behalf?
So this is where that coalition of the willing that I was talking about, or the UN, would come in, and then they would, at first it would be them, and then very quickly, once stability has been created, you start bringing in Palestinians to start running things. There's probably a lot of things where you can get Palestinians to who already have experience, ex-government officials that haven't been killed yet, to come back in to, here's, you get your job back, basically. So you could start right off the bat with Palestinians, but it wouldn't be all Palestinians, obviously. But eventually the idea would be to get more and more in there, hold elections if necessary, training if necessary, right? Because not everybody's going to know how to do everything. So that's where that coalition comes in. These things are all very possible. There is no real appetite for this, folks. We're talking about a 20, 30-year plan that would cost bazillions, okay? Fucking with a B, of free money going to Palestinians. You would see Israeli citizens start throwing bottle rockets into Palestine, right? If Hamas was successfully weeded out and violence was eradicated, you would see Israeli citizens start egging on the Palestinians. Like, come on, don't you want to fight with us? Don't you want to do fucking a war with us? And the entire time, the right-wing organizations would be, you're giving free money to terrorists, free money to Arabs, free money to Muslims, free money to these monsters, anti-humans, Amalek. You're giving free money to them for their own, to build their homes and to build their dirty little society, right? It would just be a constant drumbeat of that kind of bigotry and hatred.
Half of a foreign body, or will it be governed by Palestinians?
There's no appetite for it.
If and where necessary, assisted and supported by outsiders. And this is also, I think, a key issue for the Arab states and the Muslim states that are participating in this, because they have made clear from the outset that without a role, without Palestinian governance in the Gaza Strip, and without a clear pathway to an end to occupation in a Palestinian state, they are not going to get involved by investing significant sums of money, let alone security forces, into the Gaza Strip.
And for any government...
Right. So he basically said the same thing I did, just with smart words. All right, let me see if there's anything else I want to show from Gaza here on YouTube. Obviously, like today's a little bit loose here. Sky News witnesses Israeli offensive in Gaza City. Okay, yeah, let's get some pro-Israeli embedded in the IDF. Sky News embedded in the IDF over here. Let's see what this is about. This is going to be good, I'm sure.
We're on our way into a broken land.
Intentionally broken by the government that is giving you a guided tour of the destruction. Okay?
Beyond these gates, everything changes, because as we pass this fence, we're in Gaza and in a war zone.
Yeah. Well, that's no excuse not to try.
Military. It is the only way journalists can gain any access to Gaza. So they decide where we go and what we see.
What? So they acknowledge it, but that's the excuse. You could just go there. That's what they, Germany, the Nazis didn't think it was cool when Western journalists were behind enemy lines taking photos, et cetera, et cetera. So just because Israel says you can't do that doesn't actually mean you can't send resources in there to cover it. Just saying. We used to have journalism. We used to have people, because I guarantee you there are journalists that are like, I don't care if it's illegal, I'll go. This is the story of the century, I'll go. I don't care if it's illegal. I don't care if Israel, the IDF says I'm not allowed to be here, I'll go. It's Sky News, it's BBC, it's CNN that choose to listen to the occupying, genociding element here and follow their rules. Just want to point that out because they're we had no choice. We have no choice but to be a mouthpiece for this genocidal government. We have no choice. That's the only way for us to get access. That's actually not true. You could have SAC. You could have Courage. You could hire individuals that are willing to go there, because I guarantee you there are heroes who want to go there. Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that fucking excuse. You mouthpieces for the IDF. Let's see how critical they actually are. I'm curious.
Any access to Gaza, so they decide where we go and what we see.
What would I say to the IDF?
But what we witness.
Stop genociding? I don't know what. What do you want me to say to them?
The devastation is obvious and undeniable. Whatever these buildings were, they are now ruins.
Each one an entrance
it's like
to a tunnel, remember.
Has rippled and never stopped.
Right, each one an entrance to a tunnel, folks. That's why we do it.
Can you rebuild this?
They all had ammo.
We're now entering a very active combat zone, so we switch vehicles. So we've seen the devastation between the border of Gaza and that drop-off point. We've now transferred into the armored personnel carrier. It's noisy, it's very dusty, but this is what is taking us towards Gaza City. Inside, we are sealed away.
Well, I meant if you go to
we
places
track our
they deny
progress
access to.
using the vehicle's cameras.
Well, they would arrest you. Yeah, no. So you risk arrest, right? It's not, you know, you don't go there and expect that the IDF are just going to let you take pictures. You got to go there and put yourself in danger to cover this shit. But I guarantee you there are journalists that would be willing to do that. You know, but there's like, what's the point of risking your life and doing all that? Then CNN says, oh, no, we don't want to publish that. Oh, frontline reporting. Oh, did the IDF approve that? Oh, no. Oh, are you Hamas? Right. So what the fuck's the point? You stick your neck out, you go there, you don't get any money, and then you don't get here reporting published outside of Democracy Now!, which is, you know, we still get heroes that are reporting, right? The Al Jazeera reporters mainly, who are reporting against the IDF's wishes. This is why they're assassinating them. More reporters have died in this conflict than in Vietnam and World War II combined. The entirety of World War II, only like 33, 35 journalists were killed. It's over 200. It's over 200 right now in Gaza because they are being intentional. They see the press, they get clipped. Welcome back, Harry Haas and Blase.
Glimpses of destruction until we arrive. The door opens, revealing the town of Tel El Hawa in the battered south of Gaza City.
Pretty dramatic.
Once an affluent suburb, it has been pounded for the past week.
Yeah.
At its heart is this, the Jordanian hospital. The IDF claims this was used by dozens of Hamas fighters, a claim that Jordan denies emphatically.
Yeah, strategy. Yeah.
Israel's military told us they had left this
Over
site
200.
untouched for fear of hurting the patients inside, and it's now been evacuated. From this vantage point, I spoke to Soldier A, insistent that despite the huge death toll in Gaza, Israel does try to protect civilians while war rages.
First of all, you can see with your own eyes, the hospital is untouched. We don't touch it, we don't fire at it, because we know that there are civilians there that Hamas is using.
True humanitarian over here. That's why he's where you can always tell a humanitarian apart from like a regular person when they cover their identity, when they speak to the camera, right? Really indicates that he knows he's on the right side of history.
So you can see it with your own eyes. We're not doing it.
Right.
We need to fight, right? We have to fight.
Gotta
and we
do
do
it.
everything to keep the civilians safe.
The noise of war is everywhere. Just 2 miles from where I was standing, our colleagues on the ground filmed these attacks in other Gaza City suburbs. In places where people are...
This is keeping the civilians safe, folks. Heck of a job. Heck of a job. Keeping them civilians super safe.
Still living.
Super duper safe.
The places that haven't yet been abandoned. But in Tel El Hawa, there is no one. What you see a lot of here...
When you see children's toys strewn about on the ground, that definitely means you've hit that terrorist sweet spot. That's like the terrorist G spot. I'm sorry, that's disgusting. But you know you've hit the right target when, you know, like civilian clothing and children's toys are strewn all about the place. That's when you got the real bad ones.
Tree machines, soldiers, devastation and destruction.
Gotta keep them safe,
what
folks.
You see very little of, nothing of, the locals, the Gazans, the people who used to live here, the ghosts of this town.
Good
So
job.
a few leftover bits, like this.
Oh, yeah.
A bunch of fake flowers left in the rubble.
Oh. Probably a memento from a Palestinian person's wedding, right? Right. Well, it's amazing that they even have weddings. You know, it's like would you let dogs get married? You know what I mean? It's funny stuff, right? I'm sorry. Am I in Tel Aviv? Am I in Tel Aviv? I thought I was in Tel Aviv. Sorry. I thought I was in Tel Aviv and I could make those jokes. My bad. My bad.
The Gaza Health Ministry says more than 67,000 people have been killed since this war began nearly 2 years ago.
And that is such an underestimate. It's a fucking joke. It's probably triple that.
A UN commission says that what's happening here in Gaza is genocide, an accusation I put to the IDF.
It's atrocious. Genocide has intent. Of course, there's mistakes. The IDF is determined, but genocide entails intent, and there's no intent of genocide.
No intent.
We're doing everything we can. Listen, we have to fight Hamas. What alternative do we have, Adam? We've got no alternative.
Right.
We have to obliterate this organization.
Right.
After what they did.
It is time to leave Gaza City.
I'm so surprised he said that. Utterly shocked.
Around us, the machinery rolls in. The fighting continues. The shell casings on our vehicle testament to past battles. But officials tell us Hamas is now a diminished force.
It's obvious that Israel's military hardware...
No, it's not genocide if you go, whoopsie doodle, my bad, and then, like, are we good? Are we good, bro? And then you just go about your business. It's in the Geneva Conventions. It's the "Are we good, bro?" clause. It's not really referenced too often, but yeah, no, you can basically get away with whatever you want if you're just like, yo, we good? We good, bro? Sorry. My bad, bro. Sorry, bro. It's verbatim. That's what's in there.
Massively overpowers Hamas. But what's becoming clear is that Israel also believes that Hamas is a hugely depleted fighting unit, relying on guerrilla tactics and young conscripts.
Yeah. No, they seem very concerned with, like they definitely seem like a military that is up against a functioning military organization, right? They seem very concerned about sniper fire and IEDs fucking cruising around, right? And I'm not saying they don't get ambushed and they don't get attacked and whatnot, but there's like a couple hundred maybe. Is Hezbollah even giving them weapons anymore? Like, do they even, I've seen some of these like Hamas propaganda videos. They sneak up on a APC and they fire an RPG at it. The APC usually survives. It doesn't get destroyed and it's usually empty. So they're usually shooting on like abandoned equipment. Like they leave something and they just, the soldiers leave. So it's wide open, undefended. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't danger there. We do hear of IDF being killed. But it's pretty clear any objective analysis of this battlefield would show that there is a pretty big power vacuum here. Not vacuum, I mean, but one side definitely has more military capability than the other. Is what I'm trying to get at.
The border, and there is a huge explosion on the horizon. In this cursed place,
keeping them safe.
Peace seems a distant dream.
Keeping them safe.
Adam Parsons, Sky News, Gaza.
Hell, I mean, really, dynamics. The only time we hear about IDF dying is is sometimes when they hurt themselves. There was that one case of the IDF blowing themselves up in a building somehow. All right. There we go. That's our Gaza update. Good stuff, huh? Great. Lovely. So much fun. Is everyone gone? Is everyone gone now? Okay, we're done now. Bye. Oh, he's talking about Gaza? Talk to you later. I need to reward you. Shut up. I know it's a nightmare. I need to reward you. Look at all this Hassan. You watch a couple Hassan clips, and then like they hang off as every fucking word, every fucking the clip chip channels. Okay, here's what I wanted to talk about. Ukraine update. My algorithm. What the hell is this? There's some really cool stuff. There's some really incredibly lame stuff. Okay. This is a mess. I just took a Tylenol. Oh, God. Oh, no. How about that stone cold funeral silence from the Tylenol Corporation, just quietly acquiescing to getting completely shit on? What, they make a little Twitter account. Actually, we've always recommended pregnant women not to take our drugs. Thank you so much, President Trump. It's so cute to watch these billion-dollar Procter & Gamble or whoever owns Tylenol, right? Multi-billion-dollar oligarchs. Oh, Donald Trump. Oh, we don't want to piss you off. Oh, you can talk shit about us. We'll stay totally quiet. Do we think Tylenol would have accepted like some famous trans person shit, you know, getting coverage, and like people are now like they have this suspicion about Tylenol, and Tylenol would stay quiet if a progressive liberal was the one shitting on them? Highly unlikely. All right, let's get that Ukraine shit. I want to see a reporting from Ukraine, and yes, I understand reporting from Ukraine, there's some bias, so grain of salt. 5 hours ago here, HIMARS time, Ukrainians obliterate North Korean artillery base. I mean, that's good. I want some more frontline stuff. Logistical disaster. Russian Vanguard loses supplies. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a good frontline update here. Vuchep becomes the town that held against Russia invasion. I want a Pokrovsk update. Here we go. Paranoia takes over Russia because like there's a in the Pokrovsk region. Yeah, right here. Checkmate. Yeah, trapped Russians beg for salvation. So I think this is in the Pokrovsk region right here. This is the update that I want to see.
Today there are important updates from the Pokrovsk direction.
Hell yeah.
Here, Ukrainian forces are expanding their control.
Look at the fucking battlefield situation, folks. You are not hallucinating right now. Or maybe you are. Give me that shit. But no, you might be hallucinating, but this is real. These are Russian completely surrounded. This is Russian territory. These are Russian soldiers in this area. Completely fucking surrounded, dude. I mean, not in this case, right? Little pocket right here. But you're not getting out of here. You're not getting out of here. I don't know how many soldiers are trapped in these areas. Probably Chinese. No, North Koreans, if they are. I don't know. I don't know what this is, but look, you don't need to be a military genius to look at bummer you don't need to be a military genius to look at this and go, oh no, where's Beery? Where's Beery over here? You got Medea. Oh no. This is bad news, son. All right, so let's get the update.
By securing more key positions to prevent the Russians in the encirclements from having any chance of survival.
Yeah,
the last Russian hope in the form of elite reinforcements sent to the rescue is being shattered, with the Ukrainians having them firmly in their crossfire. The Russians are clinging to their final chance near Dobropilya, and their desperate plan is to push in fresh reinforcements and claw back Novotoretsk, which currently lies in the gray zone where some houses are held by Ukrainian troops and the rest are dominated by Ukrainian drones. The Russians see this as their only way to reconnect with their trapped pockets, but the reality is harsh. Every approach is under Ukrainian fire control, every move is watched, and every soldier sent forward risks elimination before even reaching the front line. Despite some Russian presence in a trench fortification across Novotoretsk.
If you don't know what this means, it means hundreds, thousands of dead Russian soldiers strewn about this entire area. Wave after wave after wave of dumb fucks getting their dicks blown off day after day after day.
Toretsk. These remnants are unable to move outside due to relentless strikes.
Okay.
Ukrainian Commander-in-Chief Alexander Syrsky is monitoring the battle closely, visiting the Pokrovsk and Dobropilya sectors multiple times in recent days. He frequently gathers his corps commanders together to discuss and plan out the next steps, react to Russian movements, and ensure his forces on the ground have everything they need to accomplish their missions. The next Syrsky's operation puts the focus southwest of Volodymyrivka, with the goal of keeping Russian pockets cut off and unable to consolidate the gray zone. If we look at the topographic map, we will see that by advancing to the southeast and strengthening their positions here, Ukrainians will effectively seize control of the entire high ground. In turn, this would secure the flank of their clearing operation, making its way south, and deny the Russians any chance to counterattack from above. Notably, Syrskyi commented that they have found a way to crush the enemy, with a special focus on the neutralization of the recently redeployed Russian 155th Marine Brigade, notorious for the Bucha massacre. Labeled as Putin's favorite brigade, it has been a focal...
So this might be one of the, because Russia still has a couple competent, well-equipped brigades in their back pocket, in case they actually get invaded, I guess. So they often, move these people around, these actually competent, well-supplied, well-trained brigades to these critical frontline engagements.
Point for Ukrainian attention wherever they are deployed, and the unit has been decimated and rebuilt at least 13 times due to heavy personnel losses, now once again facing determined Ukrainian retribution. The Russians' last hope is quickly unraveling, as geolocated footage shows Novotoretsky crawling with Russian soldiers trying to slip through, but instead being cut down by swarms of Ukrainian FPV drones.
They're everywhere.
Day and night, Ukrainian operators track even single...
Nice, I'm muted, nice. They're everywhere, and I believe I reported on how Russia doesn't have proper, because of Ukraine successfully attacking the anti-air jamming infrastructure that Russia had set up in that area, that Ukrainian drones are just fly everywhere. They're just free to fly everywhere. There's barely any electronic jamming. So it just must be just a total nightmare. I couldn't imagine the kind of PTSD you would get, right? Because you're like, if I step outside, I'm going to get blown up.
Infiltrators, striking them with ruthless efficiency. Those who managed to survive the drones face Ukrainians waiting in ambush, kept safe against Russian counterattacks from the high ground.
Yeah, Harry.
On the southern edge of Novotoretsk, 2 Ukrainian soldiers hidden in a ruined house let a group of 8 Russians approach. At the perfect moment, they opened fire, dropping 3 instantly and finishing the rest with grenade launchers.
Holy shit, dude, the dream ambush. So we got a couple Ukrainian soldiers set up in an ambush right here, collapsed building. 8 Russians walking by.
In a ruined house, let a group of 8 Russians approach. At the perfect moment.
So then they all go into the structure. Is it right here? Maybe they all coalesced right here. Just they were lucky.
In a ruined house, let a group of 8 Russians approach. At the perfect moment.
Is that a fucking rocket launcher? Did they blast these fucking dudes with the rocket launcher?
They opened fire, dropping 3 instantly and finishing the rest with grenade launchers as FPV drones swooped in to complete the kill.
Damn.
Hours later, another assault group was annihilated as they tried to rush forward on motorcycles.
Can't show that.
Ukrainian footage also reveals heavy bomber octocopters being deployed. Once reconnaissance drones confirm an enemy group inside a building, the octocopter drops a powerful new munition that erases the entire structure in a thunderous blast. With such Ukrainian precision...
So no airplane, no pilot, right? Not even artillery, okay? A little, $5,000 robot flying, consumer level technology, maybe 10,000 because this is heavier, right? So you need some higher quality stuff. Dropped, boom, precision, exactly where you want it. I'm telling you, folks, this is nuts. This is wild.
This is the entire structure in a thunderous blast. With such Ukrainian precision, Russia's last cards on this battlefield are being burned one by one. Every reinforcement convoy is intercepted, every attack is bled dry, and every attempt to shift the tide only swells the Russian casualty list. Overall, Ukraine is not easing the pressure near Dobropilya, as the Ukrainian High Command is monitoring...
And they want this so bad. They want this unbelievably. They think Pokrovsk is kind of like the next staging area to expand further into Ukraine in various directions. So they've dumped an unbelievable amount of resources into this. And I think at one point they were even celebrating, we got it, only to be pushed out, pushed back, and fucking surrounded because they overextended. Classic Russia.
Hour by hour, ensuring that Russian attempts to salvage their pockets only lead to greater losses. By tightening control over the flanks and pushing forward on their chosen terms, Ukrainian forces are closing the book on Russia's last hope in this sector.
Right.
No matter how many reinforcements the Russian command throws into the fire, they will only fuel the meat grinder that this breakthrough attempt has become.
I couldn't imagine.
The encircled Russians will remain trapped, with no salvation coming, as Ukrainian forces have not relented in their assaults.
And it's so great too when you have them totally surrounded, because you don't need to expend resources right away to get them. You know, they're just trapped there, and just at your convenience, you can take them once they've exhausted themselves, exhausted their ammo, right? You can just pop in there whenever the fuck you want, right? It's like totally convenient, and you can do it nice and safe, and take your time with it. It's just unbelievable. This is how this is. We're supposed to be scared of this, by the way, right? Joe Biden was scared of this army, was scared of making this military, making this government mad. And this is the kind of chicanery, the kind of fucking horse play, I don't know what to call it, fucking terrible strategy that they're implementing on the front lines.
Lastly, our autumn sale ends in just...
Right, folks. Make sure you are supporting Reporting from Ukraine. Great resource. I really do like them. They are biased. They don't report on some of the more negative things that happen. But at the same time, it's, the stuff that they do report on, it's factual. Good stuff. Make sure you support...
Hello, my friends.
Reporting from Ukraine. Make sure we're supporting Dennis as well. Both of them. Both these resources have been here from the very beginning, helping us Westerners better understand things. Now, I don't think is there an update from Pokrovsk? I don't think I have an update. If anyone, strategy member, if you have, if you're still around here, if you want to pull another video, that would be great. But if you have a Pokrovsk update, I would really appreciate that. But let's go ahead and get, let's see if we got one from Dennis here. Let's take a look at his videos real quick. Counterattack confirmed. Update from Russia, Putin's nuclear terror. Okay, here we go. 2 days ago, update from Ukraine, awesome news from Pokrovsk. So that video that we just watched was 4 days ago. Here's Dennis doing an update from 2 days ago on the front lines. Let's see if anything's changed.
Wow, guys, we have some great news coming from the front lines from Pokrovsk, Dobropilya direction. There you can see Ukrainian counterattack.
So never mind on that request strategy. You're good. You're good. Come back.
Vectors, and Russians have been already cut fully. Between the villages of Shakhova and Novoshakhova, supply lines do not exist any longer. Well, even before, Ukraine cut the Russian supplies here with the help of the drones, but now Ukrainian soldiers physically met each other in this spot. Yeah, you might see that front lines are boiling,
wow.
so this is the gray area.
So they closed them off. According to Dennis here, Ukrainians have met. They've officially closed off this second section here.
Still, so some of the Russians could be even
Strategy. Sorry
here,
to waste
but
your time.
finally Ukrainian
Good
presence is also there. So for Russians, it is absolutely not possible to supply their army group over here and also in Kucherev Yar, where, by the way, we have the confirmation of the cleared area from the Russian troops. Here there could be some of the presence of Russians, and Russians still keep control over the part of the Kucherev Yar, or it's better to say the forest spot, and they are being supplied there with the help of the drones only. Well, I hope that Ukraine will get rid of this encirclement very, very soon and concentrate...
He's like John Madden over here.
...efforts on the next piece of pie. The same confirmation we have from the deep state military map source, so it was yesterday, it is today. Ukraine gained some of the ground, confirmed. Novoshakhova totally liberated. And
how recent is your video? Is it a couple hours ago? Was it from today? Because I'm curious now. I might want to watch it.
Here, Russian supplies were absolutely cut. So after all, I was correct with my idea that Syrskyi went to Pokrovsk, Dobropilya direction. He met with Ukrainian commanders there, including the chief of Ukrainian drone army, Magyar, that they're planning something big. And this big is already happening. One more stage of Ukrainian counterattack in Pokrovsk, Dobropilya. For now, Russians are unable to withstand Ukrainian strikes, and they are losing the territory here little by little. So this part is absolutely successful for Ukraine. Russia already lost here almost 2,000 of the troops, and they continue to lose those even now. And I don't see the way for them actually to save their forces in Kucherev Yar, and in this encirclement Also, I would say between Sukhetsk, Zatushek, Fedorivka, Boykivka, and Ryazane, there is also the risk for Russian forces to be cut.
These names aren't real, dude. These names aren't real, okay? They just make that shit up. Fedorivka? That's not real.
Completely. As we know, supplies here are almost impossible for Russians to conduct. So to save this disastrous situation for Russia, there is only one solution possible for the Russian army commanders, is to gather the forces they are accumulating not far away from Donetsk and start one more.
But the thing is that Ukraine never lets Russia accumulate large groupings of troops, you know, unmolested, right? Like if that's what they want to do, they want to redirect resources from other front lines. They can expect Ukraine to take advantage of those weaknesses, and they can expect Ukraine to be harassing and antagonizing these troops as they're approaching on, you know, every opportunity here. Like they, you know, so there's no move that Russia can make that they totally benefit from. They are punished regardless of what direction they go in.
Huge jump on the Ukrainian positions, also puring the forces from this side.
Seneca.
But still they hesitate for now at least, because it is very, very risky. It might bring them even more losses. But Zelensky says that Russians are getting ready even for that operation, which could be started this fall. But here Russians have their attack vector towards Novopavlovka, Toretsky, and Sofiivka. I told about it a couple of days ago that definitely they try to get more ground, and actually they occupied.
So this is definitely smart military strategy. You're struggling over here, so you create a new problem for Ukraine. But the problem is, and this is what created this right here, you overextend. Okay, you only have so many vodka-soaked 50-year-olds, you know, that can push on this area. They can't hold it. They're constantly being harassed by drones while they're doing it. You know, they're all like in basements, you know, waiting for Russia to unbury them, or waiting for Ukraine to dig them out like ticks, right? And then they get cut off, and then they get separated. So, you know, this would be smart if you're backing it up with troops and resources, and you're sustaining the push and then holding this territory. It's a terrible idea if you're going to do this half-assed, and then you leave a bunch of guys, you know, swinging their dicks out here in the middle of fucking nowhere while Ukraine pinches you off yet again. Because why wouldn't they just repeat it a third time?
Tavka here, but for now we see that they do not pour lots of the forces
Seneca,
here in this attack vector, so I see it as an attempt from Russian army to find the weak spots in Ukrainian defense. It looks like the planning before big strike, which I'm sure will happen, but whether it's going to happen this month, well, we'll see. The idea for Russians here is to cut Ukrainian supplies to Sofiivka and to this entire region, and also jam Ukrainian army in Shakhove, but Russians themselves, they have a desperate situation this spot between Shakhove and Novoshahove, so I see that they will not be able to attack from the south.
I mean, if they fought Hitler's Germany like this, Hitler would have had Moscow in a year. You know what I mean? Like if they were throwing this kind of shitty strategy and just, you know, shitty tactics at Hitler's Germany, he would have been sitting in Moscow within a year.
Or from the west, yeah, it's not possible. They don't have enough forces here. That's why even if Russians advance to, for example, Sofiivka and cut this road, well, it doesn't mean the encirclement of Ukrainian army, because actually towards west there are just minor groups of the Russian soldiers which are now being trapped.
Yeah.
But in general, I think Ukraine will also
gaining territory was a big thorn in the side of Britain and the United States. At the end of World War II, Russia was like, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep that. Ooh, this is nice. I'm going to take this country. Ooh, I'm going to take this. So nice. It's like, hey, Stalin, come on, bud. Can we slow it down? I'm going to execute every Nazi. Well, he was right about that one. He was right about that one.
To attack Russian forces in Poltavka, causing them to stop. And yeah, for the last couple of days, they haven't propelled here. So it was not the major operation of Russians against.
I mean, because that's how it works. Ukraine, you know, when Russia does a big push, Ukraine will give them a little bit of room. They don't tell their troops, you know, don't give them an inch. They tell their troops, be smart and back off when things are obviously overwhelming, right? Because we have a second layer of trenches. We have a third layer of trenches. We're building trenches this whole time, right? We have backup plans. So back it up to the next layer of trenches, while attacking the Russians. So, this Ukraine is doing everything they can with every single resource. And really all they need is just the support of the international community in the United States just to allow Ukraine to pour on the gas. That's really all they need.
Some of the small sabotage groups,
That's the
but
only
still
thing holding them
sometimes
back.
they also may possess threat for
Supplies,
Ukrainian armed
resources.
forces. So the next step for Ukraine
What did Zelensky say at the very beginning? He said, give me ammo, and it's still true to this day.
Would be probably to cut those enclaves that Russian army created
right,
with the help of the drones, artillery, even aviation. Ukraine will kaput them, or they will.
Okay, so there you go. I think we know enough about Pokrovsk. Let's see if we can get one more Ukraine video before we say goodbye for the day. Let's see if we can get one more update from Ukraine from the YouTube algorithm. WION all over the Ukrainian algorithm for some reason. They pop up immediately every time I search. It's really quite weird. I don't know how they've done that. Russia-Ukraine war, fire erupts at one of Russia's largest oil refineries. So once again, Ukraine hitting Russia right in the pocketbook, right where it matters. You just posted one? All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. What do we got?
The Russian capture of half of the
Weeb Union? Come on, strategy. God, there's no weebs allowed on this fucking channel. I am racist against weebs. All right, let's see what they got. You know I'm racist against weebs now. Come on.
Darsk district in southern Pokrovsk is a development that can turn the tide in favor of the Russians in the back.
And don't you dare call me a weeb. Just because I watch anime doesn't make me a weeb whatsoever, okay? Just because I, enjoy a little Evangelion. It's pretty fucking good, though, isn't it? God, I am a weeb.
Battle for the city, while the Russians and the Ukrainians are clashing on the northern flank of Pokrovsk, as well as within the city itself. Everything is on the line for the Russians to gain control over the city.
So this is kind of interesting because we're looking at a different map here from what Dennis and reporting from Ukraine was showing us. According to this, if this is the same map, if this is the Pokrovsk thing, then this doesn't look like surrounding. Or are we looking at a different part of the timeline?
See, depending.
Weeb Union is heavily pro-Kremlin. Yeah, because this, what the hell is this? This isn't reality. What's happening here? Okay. All right. I don't know. Okay. We already got our Pokrovsk. It's the Russian perspective. Yeah. How about no? Because look how dishonest they're being here. Are we so if this is to be true, then Dennis and reporting from Ukraine totally lying to us. And the Russians aren't cut off in two separate locations, possibly a third if they keep extending. According to this. According to this, they're still good to go. If you're to look at this map, you'd be like, well, it ain't too bad. Or maybe they'll get cut off. Maybe. No, I'm good. I'm fucking good on this shit. Is this? Okay. I don't know. Great that you highlight this theater. Well, look, I mean, the problem with listening to the quote-unquote Russian perspective is that every step of the way, Russia has been dishonest. And the people that support Russia, by the way, have been dishonest about presenting Russia's motives, behind this. And it's ludicrous. It's just totally ludicrous, right? It's a naked invasion. Yeah, I think I'm good on this. Weeb Union. Ugh. Just fact check the titles of his videos and you get the general idea. Oh, really? Let me take a look. Now you got me fucking curious. Yeah, I mean, look at the title of this video.
Russian capture.
Yeah, Ukrainian disaster within Pokrovsk. Is that what we were seeing? So either you reporting from Ukraine and Dennis is just straight stone cold propaganda, and they're not, by the way. I've seen Dennis heavily criticize the Ukrainian military strategy in certain places. So either they're totally lying here, or it's a Ukrainian disaster, and like Russia's actually not that surrounded, bro. We're totally connected. We can get out of here if we want, bro. It's part of the strategy, bro. Yeah, look at these video titles. Let's take a look.
Does this
Pokrovsk disaster, decisive battle rages on. Northern Silveresque collapsed. Kupiank's disaster. Right. Yeah, exactly. Certainly don't talk about casualty numbers or anything like that, because here's the thing that really sticks in the craw of most Russian supporters. It's unsustainable what Russia is currently achieving. If the goal is to get to Kyiv and to take all of Ukraine, and that is currently the goal, if by any assessment about what's happening on the front line, right, that does appear to be the goal. It would take like over 10 years at this current pace, and it would also require triple the amount of the total of the Russian population or something. Like every man, woman, and child at this current rate of losses and casualties would have to be thrown into this like 2 times over or something. Millions of people at this current pace of Russian victories on the front line, and really all it is Ukrainian military strategically retreting in intelligent, in very smart ways. They're not repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again, like what we saw earlier in this conflict. Ukraine, leaving their troops in areas far too long, allowing Russia to get in and take prisoners, very intelligently moving back, while inflicting maximum amount of damage on the Russian military that's creeping forward by inches. Right? So that's fascinating. Thanks for the clip strategy. Appreciate it. No, I don't mean to shit on you, bud. You're doing the best you can. All right, so what video was I going to watch here? Yeah, okay, so let's see. Ukraine attacked yet another oil refinery. Now, WION has their own bias. Let's not get it twisted there. Uh-oh. We got one from Blase. Let's see what we got here. Oh, God. What the hell is this?
2, 1.
What the fuck? Oh, okay, I see. So this is the anti-drone defense system. Okay, Skynex. So this is throwing out like all kinds of flechette, right? It's throwing out just like a ton of like birdshot, basically. It's like a massive shotgun, maybe. Let's see this thing in action. Yeah. Oh shit! Look at those drones go down. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. Ah, okay. So you see what's happening here? These are explosive rounds. So it's firing a shell, and then that shell explodes in front of the object that it's meant to hit, and then that explosion showers that area with shrapnel. It's pretty cool. Flak shells. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, that's way more effective. That's way more effective to have an explosive shell than just to fire a bunch of bullets or something. That's cool. Okay, neat. All right, let's see this. The last thing from Ukraine, fire erupts at one of Russia's largest oil refineries. And remember, it super duper benefits Ukraine to attack Russia's oil exporting creation refinery, any of those targets. It's really, really effective at hurting Russia's ability to keep this war machine going.
Ukraine and Russia are fighting tooth and nail, from energy grids and nuclear plants to railway networks. All strategic locations are under fire. While Europe is worried over a series of drone sightings seen across NATO skies, alleging Russia violating its airspace, Russian President Vladimir Putin has slammed what he calls Europe's war hysteria. Take a look at this report.
What is this B-roll? What are we looking at? What the fuck was that? Is that a sound effect? Oh, no. Okay, it's someone screaming right before they pull the cable on an artillery gun. Okay. I thought it was like a Wilhelm scream.
Russia and Ukraine are armed to the teeth. Both sides are bringing out their long-range ballistic missiles.
Yeah. By the way, Washington said Ukraine can go long distance.
And more recently, railway network.
Yep.
In the latest, Russian drones slammed into Ukraine's passenger train. The strike on Shostka station mangled...
Right. So we go after military targets still. Like, you know, Ukraine goes after military targets, oil refineries, drone factories, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're still wasting time going after civilian infrastructure. What's this supposed to do? How does this slow the Ukrainian military down? If anything, it motivates them. Remember why you're fighting, lads. Right? Remember why you're on the front lines. You know, it's just, it's at this point, it seems counterproductive because the whole idea is to get the Ukrainian population to bend the knee, to be like, oh, Daddy Putin, please stop. If anything, it's only electrified people in Ukraine to fight against this. It just reminds them what people are actually trying to, you know, what they're fighting for out there, you know, because this is supposed to be your salvation, folks. Yeah, this is supposed to be the empire that's going to save you. It's a nice reminder of what their salvation looks like, what their mercy looks like.
A passenger train busting its windows and injuring dozens.
A civilian train car? That's a target?
On Friday,
terrorism.
Russia launched one of its most lethal strikes on Ukraine's gas site. A wave of over 300 drones and missiles evaded US-made Patriot defense system, plunging millions into darkness in Ukraine.
Yikes. Okay, so that's a legitimate military target.
State-run gas firm Naftogaz said Russian attack hit its main gas production sites in Poltava, Kharkiv region. Russia's overnight attack...
Is this Deus Ex? Are we listening to the Deus Ex soundtrack?
Left at least 50,000 households in the northern Chernihiv region.
There was another Russian strike on our gas infrastructure.
Right. Okay. So this is fire erupts at one of Russia's largest oil refineries. So they haven't gotten to that part yet. Okay. All right. We haven't gotten there yet.
Just ahead of the heating season, the Russians are seeking ways to do more harm to our people.
Yeah. Well, at least these are targets that make some kind of military sense.
In the hours of Saturday, Ukraine also moved to target Russia's largest oil refinery, with an annual capacity of about 21 million tons of crude oil.
How much? A year? A year? A day? An hour? A month? A week? 1 million crude oil units? Credits? How much? When? How much?
Ukraine's drone attacks
am I reading that correctly? Hold on.
Million tons of
Ukraine claims it paralyzed 40% of Russia's oil refining capacity. So that is pretty major. That one factory was responsible for 40% according to Ukraine. So let's bump that down to 30 or even 20. Those are still huge numbers.
Oil. So far, Ukraine's drone attacks have knocked off at least 40% of Russia's
oil. Total. Not just this one factory, but so far, Ukraine has attacked about 40% of Russia's oil refining capacity. Wow, that's amazing.
Refining capacity.
Yeah, Seneca.
Spiking fuel prices,
of course it
and
is.
shortages nationwide.
Right.
The Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant has now become a contentious region.
Right. Okay. Yeah, okay. So they were just reporting on this. Here's Sky News.
Let's return to the breaking news this hour. Ukraine claims that a Russian drone strike has hit a passenger train in the Sumy region. Ukraine's President Zelensky says that they are aware of 30 people injured. Emergency services are on the scene, helping people.
So no deaths. At least that's what the early report is.
Correspondent Emma Birchley joins us now from the newsroom. Hello, Emma. Very much a developing story, but a very significant civilian casualty toll here.
Yes, it appears that this drone attack has been on a railway station in Shostka in that northern Sumy region.
Yeah,
The railway...
No, I mean, pregnant women, those are tunnels to Hamas. You got to take them out. Wait, what are we talking about?
Station hit, but a train too. A passenger train that was bound for Kyiv. And dozens of people have, according to the president, been injured, amongst them passengers, but also rail workers. So far, no reports of any fatalities, but there is a huge emergency operation underway as we speak. It's a strike that has been described by the president as brutal.
It's terrorism.
In a tweet, Volodymyr Zelensky said the Russians could not have been unaware that they were striking civilians. And this is terror the world must not ignore.
We're talking about military leaders looking at a map and saying, oh, that's a nice, juicy civilian target. I bet you there's a quota. You have to hit a certain amount of percentage of civilian targets because it's all about maintaining the terror, the fear. That's the goal of this terror campaign is fear. So it has to happen constantly, randomly, in random areas, and at any time. And it just hasn't, like I said, like, honestly, those missiles would be better, better used in Pokrovsk, because all this does is remind the people on the front lines what they're fighting for, and reminds the people, behind the front lines, why they need to support this pushback against Russia. Okay, because this doesn't scream "liberate me, daddy," free me, daddy, right? This doesn't exactly scream that.
Every day Russia takes people's lives, and only strength can make them stop. Talk is not enough
100%.
Now. Strong actions are needed. And in that same
it's the only
tweet,
language
he also
Putin understands.
Talks about strong statements having come from both Europe and America, but says it's high time to turn them all into reality. This latest strike actually is just part of what has been a much wider campaign to target the railway infrastructure in Ukraine. In fact, over the last couple of months, it has been hit almost every day, and only early this week too, just to give a broader context, there's been a massive bombardment by Russia.
Wow. Is 5 seconds of B-roll all the footage you had? How many times are we going to see this on loop? Is this all you got, Sky News? Come on.
Of Ukraine's gas production facilities.
Blase, it's all pro-Russian shit, isn't it?
It is. So this a real focus here, targeting, it would appear, civilians.
Yeah, Seneca.
And President Zelensky making it very clear, as he has been for so long, that there has to be intervention, that this must stop.
Okay. Thank you so much. Sky News. Sky News. Do better. Do better, Sky News. Okay. All right. Well, that's all the time I got for you today, folks. Sorry. Ooh, here we go. What? DEU. That's it. EU. There we go. I always get that screwed up. I just sat down and sorry, Harry. So you'll have to watch someone far more entertaining and interesting, and not me desperately trying to type Deus instead of Deuce. That's it. That's all the news you get. No more news. There's so much more news. There's so much more news that I need to cover. But I'm going to go spend time with my family. Too bad. Look at that. Look at that. Strategy member's already cheating on me. He's already left to another chat. Look at that. Not a real fan. Not a real fan. Only real fans hang out in my chat after the stream is done. But no, big props to Seneca, big props to Strategy Member, Ice King of Space, Harry Haas, Female Eunuchs, Blase, OGs of the chat, regulators in the chat, Simply Steve, all you lurkers out there, thank you to the lurkers. Nero, thank you Nero, Dari, good guy Dari, big props. Go play some Deus Ex, not Deuce X, Deus Ex. Go play you some. Anyone see that remaster? Oh my God. Anyone seen the remaster of this? What are they doing? Stop. Strategy member, thank you so much for all your hard work. No props to Stephen Miller. Zero props to Stephen Miller. Zero. Thank you, Off-World Colonist. Big props to you. Dundee Man. Big props to Dundee Man. Alice McGee. Big props. Thank you, Alice McGee. You know, I think it's cool. I recognize these names. You guys pop in. You watch for a little bit quietly. 1 comment, 2 comments, then you're gone. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Lenny, of course. Hashtag more Lenny. He was busy today judging a yo-yo contest. Okay, so what were you up to, huh? What were you up to? Coolest man on planet Earth, Lenny. The yo-yo master. Where's my Deus? Oh, yeah, UNATCO. Give me that UNATCO, baby. Ooh, yeah, give me that UNATCO. Harry, I appreciate you. I like a smarmy meme here and there. Who doesn't? I broke my toe today. That's no good. Did you go to the hospital and get it fixed, or are you okay? Do I need to call somebody? Somebody call the cops. It's the small one. I'll wait it out. Bro, go get that shit x-rayed, man. You want that to heal correctly. You want it to heal correctly. Go get that shit x-rayed. Go. I don't care that it's going to cost you $4,000 because you don't have insurance and you live in the United States and you have no health care coverage. You need to go get it. Go. $4,000 x-ray. Ambulance ride. Call the ambulance. You need to spend $10,000 on an ambulance ride and a useless x-ray. I'm in Germany. Well, then go, dude. Shut up with this.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Because you're from Germany. I don't know. I am sorry. That was uncalled for. Call the hair doctor. Exactly. That's funny. You guys are funny. You guys are pretty fucking funny. Okay? That's pretty funny, actually. All right, folks. On top of encouraging you to go get your little toe x-rayed, Abandon Nihilism and the News Underground encourages you to engage in nonviolent direct political action. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. If you want to fight back, I have the solution. Step 1, we inform ourselves. We have a good time doing it. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of hard work. But step 1, we inform ourselves so we know what the fuck we're talking about, so we know what we believe in. Step 2, we sign up and show up. If there's an organization doing some work, we give them help. You need some money, you need some elbow grease, need some shoe leather. You show up and sign up. And step 3, you put in the work like Charlie Kirk. No comment. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy who 100% deserve sovereignty. And free Palestine. Take care of yourself out there. UNATCO theme. I'm gonna go play some Deus Ex, not Deus Ex. That's a different thing. Don't type that into Google. You'll get some things you don't want to see. I'm gonna play some Deus Ex, not Deuce. Bye-bye. Thank you, everybody. Big props and love to the lurkers. Thank you, lurkers. Gotta grow a beard. I'm gonna go put some points in my beard attribute. I'm gonna be a beardo, according to Pete Hegseth. I'm gonna be a beardo. Extra special props to Strategy member for all your hard work. Thank you, Strategy, and all you folks in the Discord. Couldn't do it without you. #1 chat on Twitch. Regulators in this motherfucker. Clutch cargo in this motherfucker. Take care of yourself, everybody. Thank you again. Peace out.